understanding, we must remain open to new possibilities, challenge outdated paradigms, and embrace the unknown. The future of psychiatry will not be dictated by top-down mandates, but will emerge through collective intelligence, scientific exploration, and the lived experiences of those who seek to heal and grow. This evolution in mental health care does not stand in isolation. It aligns with broader shifts in our understanding of intelligence, society, and human potential. As we turn to the next chapter, we explore how these emergent principles extend into the domain of longevity and human lifespan. The very processes that shape our mental well-being also influence how we age, adapt, and evolve over time. In the next chapter, we will delve into emergent longevity, uncovering how aging itself is not a linear decline, but an emergent process shaped by biology, environment, and conscious intervention. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 8. Emergent Longevity, Aging as a Dynamic System. Aging has long been viewed as an inevitable biological process, a slow and linear decline dictated by genetic predisposition and the gradual accumulation of cellular damage. Traditional models of aging assume that lifespan is primarily determined by fixed biological mechanisms such as telomere shortening, oxidative stress, and metabolic wear and tear. However, these models fail to fully capture the complexity of aging as an emergent phenomenon. Aging is not merely a predetermined countdown. It is a dynamic, adaptive process that arises from the interaction of genetic, environmental, and behavioral factors over time. Emergent philosophy challenges the reductionist approach to longevity by proposing that aging should not be viewed as a passive biological inevitability, but as an emergent system that can be influenced, modified, and even reversed through the right interventions. The length and quality of human life do not depend solely on genetic blueprints, but on the ongoing interplay between molecular biology, lifestyle choices, societal structures, and technological advancements. Understanding aging as an emergent process offers a new perspective on longevity, one that sees it as a fluid and adaptive phenomenon rather than a rigid biological fate. The shifting paradigm of aging. For centuries, aging has been framed as an unstoppable force, an irreversible progression toward decay. However, scientific advancements have begun to challenge this deterministic outlook. The discovery of cellular repair mechanisms, epigenetic reprogramming, and the role of systemic environmental influences has reshaped our understanding of how and why we age. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for aging as an emergent process is the discovery of longevity pathways, biochemical mechanisms that influence lifespan and health span. Studies on caloric restriction, for example, have demonstrated that metabolic stress can trigger genetic pathways associated with longevity, leading to increased lifespan in a variety of organisms. Similarly, compounds such as resveratrol, rapamycin, and NAD plus precursors have been shown to activate pathways that promote cellular resilience and repair, suggesting that aging is not a simple countdown, but a responsive and dynamic process. Furthermore, aging is not uniform across individuals or species. Certain animals, such as the naked mole rat and the Greenland shark, exhibit extraordinary resistance to age-related decline, suggesting that longevity is not purely dictated by genetics but emerges from the unique interactions between biology and environment. Similarly, Studies on centenarians reveal that lifestyle, diet, social engagement, and even psychological outlook play crucial roles in shaping the aging process. This variability underscores the emergent nature of longevity, one where complex systems of biology, behavior, and environment continuously interact to influence health outcomes. The role of epigenetics and cellular rejuvenation. Traditional genetics once held that DNA alone dictated biological fate, but the emerging field of epigenetics has revealed that gene expression is highly malleable and influenced by environmental factors. Epigenetic modifications, chemical changes to DNA that regulate gene activity, play a crucial role in aging, determining which genes are activated or suppressed over time. Studies on cellular reprogramming have shown that aging cells can be restored to a more youthful state by modifying epigenetic markers. Yamanaka factors, a set of transcription factors capable of reverting adult cells to pluripotent stem cells, have demonstrated that biological age can, in theory, be reset. This suggests that aging is not an irreversible decline, but an emergent state that can be influenced and even reversed under the right conditions. Beyond individual cells, systemic rejuvenation strategies such as parabiosis, where young and old blood circulatory systems are connected, have provided evidence that biochemical factors in young blood can promote tissue regeneration in older organisms. These findings support the idea that aging is not simply a matter of cellular deterioration, but an emergent property of the body's internal regulatory networks, which can be modulated through targeted interventions. Lifestyle, environment, and the social emergence of longevity. While biological mechanisms play a key role in longevity, they do not act in isolation. The social and environmental dimensions of aging are equally critical in shaping lifespan and quality of life. Longevity does not emerge solely from molecular pathways, but from the interactions between an individual and their surroundings. For example, the blue zones, regions of the world with exceptionally high numbers of centenarians, offer compelling evidence for the emergent nature of aging. These populations share common characteristics, including strong social networks, plant-based diets, regular physical activity, and a sense of purpose. None of these factors alone can explain increased lifespan, but their combined effects create an environment where longevity naturally emerges. Similarly, studies have found that social isolation and chronic stress are significant contributors to age-related decline. The presence of meaningful relationships, community support, and engagement in mentally stimulating activities has been shown to promote cognitive resilience and reduce the risk of neurodegenerative diseases. These findings highlight that aging is not just a biological process, but an emergent one, shaped by the interconnectedness of mind, body, and environment. The future of aging, longevity science, and emerging technologies. As our understanding of aging evolves, the prospect of extending human lifespan through technological and medical advancements becomes increasingly plausible. Emerging fields such as regenerative medicine, bioengineering, and AI-driven diagnostics offer new possibilities for reshaping the trajectory of aging. Gene editing technologies like CRISPR hold the potential to correct age-related genetic mutations, while stem cell therapies may allow for the regeneration of damaged tissues and organs. AI-driven health monitoring systems can detect early signs of disease before symptoms manifest, enabling preemptive interventions that enhance longevity. Advances in senolytics, drugs designed to clear out senescent aging cells, suggest that aging-related deterioration can be slowed or even reversed. These technologies reinforce the idea that aging is not an immutable process, but an emergent one that can be influenced, modified, and extended through scientific innovation. The implications of this shift are profound, raising ethical and philosophical questions about the nature of life, death, and what it means to grow old in a world where longevity is no longer a fixed constraint. Rethinking aging through the lens of emergent philosophy. Viewing longevity through an emergent framework offers a paradigm shift in how we approach aging. Rather than seeing it as an inescapable decline, we can understand it as a fluid, dynamic system influenced by countless interacting factors. This perspective encourages a more holistic approach to longevity, one that integrates biological, psychological, social, and technological dimensions. Emergent philosophy reframes aging not as a countdown, but as a process of continuous adaptation, where longevity emerges from the choices we make, the environments we shape, and the innovations we pursue. By embracing this perspective, we move beyond fatalistic views of aging and toward a future where lifespan and health span are actively cultivated, allowing for longer, healthier, and more meaningful lives. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 8, Emergent Longevity, Aging as a Dynamic System. The middle, the complex interplay of aging and emergence. Rethinking aging, a dynamic and adaptive process. For centuries, aging has been seen as an inescapable decline, a biological countdown that inevitably leads to deterioration and death. However, modern research into longevity suggests that aging is not simply a matter of cellular degradation, but an emergent property of complex interacting systems. These systems include genetic expression, metabolic regulation, environmental influences, and even social factors. Rather than being a linear progression toward decline, aging can be understood as a malleable, responsive process shaped by multiple dynamic forces. The emergent perspective of longevity challenges the notion that lifespan is rigidly predetermined by genetics alone. Studies of long-lived species and human centenarians reveal that aging is highly variable, influenced by an intricate interplay of biological and environmental factors. Epigenetics, for example, has shown that gene expression changes over time in response to lifestyle choices, stress, diet, and other external stimuli. This suggests that aging is not simply programmed into our DNA, but emerges through ongoing interactions between our genes and our environment. Cellular senescence and the role of systemic interactions. One of the most well-known biological factors in aging is cellular senescence, a state where cells lose their ability to divide and function properly. Senescent cells accumulate over time, contributing to inflammation and tissue dysfunction. Traditional models of aging view senescence as an irreversible process, but emergent longevity research suggests that cellular aging can be modulated through systemic interventions. The concept of hormesis, a biological phenomenon where exposure to mild stressors can enhance cellular function, demonstrates how aging is a dynamic, adaptive process. Caloric restriction, for example, has been shown to activate longevity pathways by triggering protective stress responses at the cellular level. Similarly, intermittent fasting, heat therapy, and cold exposure stimulate mechanisms that enhance cellular resilience, highlighting the emergent nature of aging as a responsive rather than purely degenerative process. The microbiome's role in longevity. A growing body of research suggests that the gut microbiome plays a crucial role in the aging process. The trillions of microbes that reside in the human digestive system influence everything from immune function to cognitive health. As we age, the composition of the microbiome shifts, often leading to increased inflammation and metabolic dysfunction. However, these changes are not inevitable. They emerge based on diet, lifestyle, and environmental factors. Certain microbial communities are associated with longevity, particularly those that promote anti-inflammatory responses and metabolic efficiency. For example, centenarians tend to have higher levels of beneficial bacteria that produce short-chain fatty acids, which help regulate immune function and reduce oxidative stress. This suggests that modifying the microbiome through diet, probiotics, and other interventions could be a key strategy in extending both lifespan and health span. The blue zones, longevity as a social emergent phenomenon. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the emergent nature of aging comes from the blue zones, regions of the world where people live significantly longer and healthier lives than the global average. These areas, which include Okinawa, Japan, Sardinia, Italy, and Nicoya, Costa Rica, demonstrate that longevity is not solely a product of genetic inheritance, but emerges from the interactions between social structures, lifestyle habits, and cultural norms. Common factors among blue zone populations include strong social networks. Longevity is linked to deep community connections and social support, reducing stress and fostering emotional well-being. Plant-based diets. High consumption of whole unprocessed foods rich in antioxidants and anti-inflammatory compounds supports cellular health. Regular physical activity. Movement is integrated into daily life rather than being confined to structured exercise. Sense of purpose. Having a clear life purpose has been correlated with reduced stress and increased longevity. Low levels of chronic stress. Mindfulness practices, religious or spiritual engagement, and time spent in nature contribute to reduced cortisol levels and a slower aging process. The emergent view of longevity suggests that these factors do not extend life independently but work synergistically, creating an environment where longevity naturally emerges. No single intervention guarantees a long life, but the interaction of multiple positive influences creates a system that fosters resilience and adaptation. The role of technological and medical advancements. While lifestyle and environmental factors play a crucial role in longevity, emerging technologies are pushing the boundaries of human lifespan in unprecedented ways. Advances in biotechnology, regenerative medicine, and artificial intelligence are reshaping the future of aging, offering new pathways to extend both lifespan and health span. Gene editing and cellular reprogramming. CRISPR and other gene editing technologies are revolutionizing our ability to modify genetic factors associated with aging. Researchers are exploring ways to target and repair age-related genetic mutations, potentially slowing or even reversing cellular aging. In parallel, cellular reprogramming techniques, such as those based on Yamanaka factors, are showing promise in rejuvenating aged cells, demonstrating that biological aging may not be as irreversible as once thought. Senolytics, clearing out aged cells. Senolytic therapies, which involve targeting and removing senescent cells, are gaining traction as a strategy for combating age-related decline. By eliminating dysfunctional cells that contribute to chronic inflammation and tissue degradation, researchers aim to restore vitality and extend health span. Early studies suggest that senolytics could play a role in preventing conditions such as arthritis, cardiovascular disease, and neurodegeneration. Artificial intelligence in longevity science. AI is playing an increasingly important role in longevity research by identifying biomarkers of aging, optimizing personalized health strategies, and predicting disease risk. AI-driven diagnostic tools can detect early indicators of age-related diseases, allowing for preemptive interventions that could significantly improve long-term health outcomes. Regenerative medicine and organ replacement. Stem cell therapies and bioengineered organs are pushing the boundaries of medical science, offering the potential to replace damaged tissues and extend functional lifespan. Advances in 3D bioprinting may one day enable the creation of custom-grown organs, reducing the impact of age-related organ failure and dramatically extending human longevity. The future of aging, a new philosophical perspective. The emergent understanding of longevity challenges us to move beyond fatalistic views of aging and embrace a proactive, systems-based approach. If aging is an emergent phenomenon shaped by biological, social, and technological factors, then it stands to reason that we can influence it in meaningful ways. Rather than accepting aging as an unavoidable decline, we can view it as an adaptable process, one that can be modulated through conscious choices, medical advancements, and shifts in societal structures. Aging in this light becomes a journey of continual adaptation rather than a countdown to decline. The way we eat, move, think, and connect with others shapes how we age at the molecular and systemic levels. Scientific progress is expanding our ability to intervene in the aging process, but it is the combination of biological insights, social wisdom, and technological breakthroughs that will define the future of longevity. Understanding aging through the lens of emergent philosophy transforms it from a problem to be solved into a dynamic system to be engaged with. This new perspective allows us to reimagine the possibilities of human lifespan, offering a roadmap for extending not just the years in our lives, but the life in our years. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 8. Conclusion. The future of emergent longevity. Aging, once viewed as an inevitable and irreversible process, is increasingly understood as an emergent phenomenon, one shaped by dynamic interactions between biology, environment, lifestyle, and technology. This perspective challenges deterministic models of longevity, replacing them with a framework that recognizes aging as a system that can be influenced, modified, and even reversed. The implications of this shift are profound, offering new opportunities for extending health span, improving quality of life, and redefining what it means to grow old in the modern world. The transformative impact of emergent longevity. The emergent perspective on aging underscores that no single factor determines lifespan. Instead, longevity arises from the interplay of numerous influences ranging from cellular mechanisms and microbiome health to social structures and technological interventions. This systems-based view suggests that aging is not merely an accumulation of damage, but a process that can be actively shaped by our decisions and scientific advancements. One of the key takeaways from this chapter is that longevity is not just about extending years, but enhancing the quality of those years. A longer life is only meaningful if it is accompanied by sustained cognitive function, physical mobility, and emotional well-being. Understanding longevity through emergence highlights the need for a holistic approach, one that integrates biological, psychological, and social dimensions rather than focusing solely on medical solutions. The role of lifestyle and environment in shaping longevity. The study of centenarians and long-lived populations, such as those in the blue zones, reinforces the idea that longevity is an emergent outcome of multiple interacting factors. These regions demonstrate that social connections and strong communities play a vital role in promoting long-term health and emotional resilience. Physical activity integrated into daily life contributes to sustained mobility and cardiovascular health. Nutrient-rich diets, primarily plant-based, provide the body with essential compounds that support cellular repair and metabolic balance. A strong sense of purpose helps individuals maintain mental and emotional well-being throughout their lives. Stress management techniques, including meditation and spirituality, contribute to longevity by reducing inflammation and promoting cognitive stability. These insights reinforce the concept that aging is not a passive process, but one that emerges from the cumulative effects of lifestyle choices, social interactions, and environmental exposures. The intersection of technology and longevity science. Beyond lifestyle, technological advancements are redefining the possibilities of human lifespan extension. Emerging research in gene editing, regenerative medicine, and artificial intelligence suggests that aging can be slowed, modified, or even reversed. Several key areas of innovation stand out: gene therapy and epigenetic reprogramming. The discovery that epigenetic markers can be reset to a younger state opens the door to reversing aspects of biological aging. Techniques such as Yamanaka factors have shown that aged cells can be rejuvenated, suggesting that cellular aging is not an irreversible fate, but an emergent response to environmental signals. In the future, gene therapy could allow for targeted interventions that delay aging at the molecular level. senolytics and cellular regeneration. Senolytic drugs, which selectively remove aging cells that contribute to inflammation and tissue dysfunction, offer a promising avenue for longevity. By clearing out these dysfunctional cells, researchers aim to rejuvenate tissues, improve organ function, and extend health span. This area of research highlights the emergent nature of aging, where cellular health is influenced not just by genetic programming, but by systemic interactions within the body. AI-driven longevity science. Artificial intelligence is accelerating longevity research by analyzing vast data sets to identify biomarkers of aging, optimize personalized interventions, and predict disease risk with unprecedented accuracy. AI-driven diagnostics could revolutionize preventive medicine, allowing individuals to receive personalized recommendations tailored to their unique biological profile. This technology-driven approach aligns with the emergent philosophy of longevity, where intelligence and adaptation drive improved health outcomes. The future of regenerative medicine. Stem cell therapies and organ regeneration represent some of the most ambitious frontiers in longevity science. Advances in 3D bioprinting may one day allow for the creation of custom-grown organs, reducing the impact of age-related degeneration. Additionally, stem cell injections are being explored as a means to rejuvenate tissues, potentially restoring lost function in aging individuals. These breakthroughs reinforce the notion that aging is a modifiable process rather than an inescapable fate. The philosophical and ethical dimensions of longevity. As we gain more control over the aging process, profound ethical and philosophical questions arise. Should longevity be an individual pursuit, or should it be a societal goal? How will extending lifespan impact resource distribution, economic structures, and social stability? What does it mean to live a meaningful life if the concept of a natural lifespan becomes obsolete? Emergent longevity invites us to reconsider what it means to age and to embrace a future where health and longevity are not dictated by fate, but by a complex system of choices, innovations, and emergent interactions. Rather than fearing the extension of human life, we should see it as an opportunity to rethink the purpose of aging itself. If old age no longer means decline, what new possibilities open up for personal growth, contribution, and fulfillment? A new vision for aging. Ultimately, the emergent model of longevity offers a more empowering and optimistic view of aging. Instead of resigning ourselves to inevitable decline, we can actively participate in shaping our health and longevity. By integrating biological insights with technological advancements and social wisdom, we can move toward a future where aging is not an endpoint, but a dynamic and adaptable process. The implications of emergent longevity extend beyond the individual. They challenge us to rethink healthcare systems, economic structures, and social policies. If people are living longer, healthier lives, what new challenges and opportunities will arise? How will societies need to evolve to support an aging population that remains active and engaged for longer periods? Rather than seeing longevity as merely a scientific challenge, it should be viewed as a philosophical and societal transformation. Aging is no longer a predetermined script. It is an emergent story that we are just beginning to write. Looking ahead, the evolution of influence beyond the individual. As we continue to explore the principles of emergent philosophy, the next chapter shifts its focus to emergent legacy, the evolution of influence beyond the individual. Traditional notions of legacy see it as something static, a final imprint left behind after death. However, from an emergent perspective, legacy is not a fixed entity, but a dynamic process that continues to evolve through the interactions, reinterpretations, and adaptations of those who inherit it. Legacy is not merely what one creates, but how others engage with and transform those creations over time. Whether in the form of ideas, cultural traditions, technological advancements, or personal relationships, influence is an ongoing phenomenon that transcends the individual. Just as longevity emerges from biological, social, and technological interactions, so too does legacy emerge from the collective contributions of those who carry it forward. In the next chapter, we will explore how legacy functions as an emergent system, shaping history, knowledge, and cultural evolution long after an individual has passed. Understanding legacy through emergence offers a new way of thinking about the impact we leave behind, not as something static, but as a living, evolving process that continues to shape the world in unforeseen ways. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 9. Emergent Legacy. The evolution of influence beyond the individual. Legacy is often perceived as a static imprint, something that an individual leaves behind after death, frozen in time as an unchanging contribution to the world. Traditional views of legacy focus on material wealth, achievements, or written records, suggesting that influence is something that is completed at the end of a person's life. However, from an emergent perspective, legacy is not a fixed entity, but an evolving phenomenon that continues to develop long after the individual is gone. Emergent philosophy challenges the conventional notion of legacy by emphasizing that influence does not remain confined to the past, but evolves dynamically through the interactions, adaptations, and reinterpretations of those who inherit it. Whether in the form of ideas, cultural traditions, technological advancements, or personal relationships, legacy is not a singular event, but an ongoing, emergent process shaped by those who engage with it over time. The traditional versus emergent view of legacy. In traditional frameworks, legacy is seen as something that an individual consciously constructs: a book they write, a business they build, a monument erected in their honor. While these tangible forms of legacy are important, they fail to capture the full depth of how influence actually operates in an emergent system. Legacy, from an emergent perspective, is not solely the result of intentional action, but rather the cumulative effect of countless interactions. It is shaped not just by what a person creates, but by how others interpret, build upon, and integrate those creations into new contexts. Just as biological evolution is not dictated by a single mutation, but by an ongoing process of adaptation and selection, cultural and intellectual legacies emerge through continuous reinterpretation and transformation. For example, philosophical ideas once articulated do not remain static. Instead, they are debated, modified, and expanded upon by future thinkers. The works of Socrates, Confucius, or Nietzsche have persisted not because they were finalized truths, but because they entered into an emergent process where they were reinterpreted and reapplied across generations. In this way, influence does not end with the individual, but continues as a dynamic force. The role of networks in emergent legacy. A key principle of emergence is that meaning and structure arise from interconnected systems rather than isolated entities. This applies directly to legacy, which is not simply a matter of individual contribution, but the result of an extensive network of relationships, ideas, and cultural frameworks. The Internet has accelerated the emergent nature of legacy by allowing information to spread, morph, and be repurposed in ways that were previously impossible. A single idea, once shared online, can be remixed, translated, and reshaped across countless platforms, taking on new forms that the original creator never anticipated. In this way, digital culture exemplifies the emergent nature of influence. What begins as a singular contribution can evolve into a vast, decentralized web of ideas and movements. This networked approach to legacy also extends to social relationships. The impact a person has on others does not remain confined to direct interactions, but ripples outward through communities and societies. A mentor may inspire a student, who in turn influences another, setting off a chain reaction that extends far beyond the original relationship. Legacy, therefore, is not simply what one leaves behind, but what continues to emerge through others. The evolution of cultural and intellectual traditions. Emergent legacy is especially evident in the development of cultural traditions, scientific advancements, and intellectual movements. Unlike static artifacts, these forms of legacy exist in a state of continual evolution. Take, for example, language itself. No single individual created modern languages, yet they are among the most powerful and enduring legacies of human civilization. Languages evolve through usage, adaptation, and collective participation. Words shift in meaning, new phrases emerge, and dialects transform in response to cultural and technological changes. Similarly, scientific discoveries do not remain fixed, but are part of an emergent process of refinement and expansion. Einstein's theories built upon Newton's work, just as quantum mechanics emerged from challenges to classical physics. Each scientific breakthrough is not an endpoint, but a stepping stone for further discoveries, demonstrating that knowledge itself is an emergent system that transcends any single contributor. Even religious and spiritual traditions, which may appear static, are deeply emergent. While core principles may persist, interpretations, rituals, and practices evolve based on historical, cultural, and philosophical shifts. The continuity of these traditions does not come from rigid adherence to original teachings, but from their ability to adapt and find new relevance in changing contexts. Digital immortality and the future of legacy. The digital age has introduced new dimensions to the concept of legacy, particularly through the development of AI-driven digital twins, archival technologies, and interactive media. Unlike in previous generations, where a person's influence was largely limited to physical records and first-hand accounts, modern technology allows for a more dynamic continuation of one's thoughts and contributions. AI models trained on an individual's writings, speeches, and recorded conversations can create digital representations that allow future generations to interact with a person's knowledge long after they are gone. This raises profound philosophical questions about the nature of presence, authorship, and the limits of legacy. If an AI can simulate a philosopher's reasoning and generate new ideas in their style, does that AI extend the individual's legacy, or does it become something entirely new? This form of digital legacy aligns with the emergent model, where influence is not about preserving a static record, but about enabling continued evolution and engagement. Rather than merely leaving behind static works, individuals can contribute to self-sustaining systems that allow their ideas to grow and adapt even after they are no longer actively involved. Rethinking legacy through emergent philosophy. Understanding legacy as an emergent process rather than a fixed entity shifts how we approach our contributions to the world. Instead of aiming to leave behind a singular, unchanging mark, we can embrace the idea that our impact will evolve in ways we cannot fully predict. This perspective encourages a more collaborative and open-ended approach to influence, one that values adaptability, reinterpretation, and the interconnected nature of knowledge and culture. Emergent legacy invites us to see our actions not as final statements, but as seeds for ongoing transformation. Whether through mentorship, creative expression, technological advancements, or philosophical insights, what we contribute is not static. It is alive, continuously reshaped by those who engage with it. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 9. Emergent Legacy. The Evolution of Influence Beyond the Individual. The middle. The dynamic nature of legacy in an emergent world. Legacy as a self-perpetuating system. Traditional views of legacy portray it as a finite entity, something completed at the end of a person's life. A book, a monument, a foundation, or a work of art is assumed to represent the culmination of an individual's influence. However, an emergent perspective reveals that legacy is far from static. It is a self-perpetuating system, continuously reshaped by those who engage with it. Ideas, movements, and creative works do not remain fixed in their original form. Instead, they evolve, adapt, and take on new meanings as they are interpreted by successive generations. A philosophical text written centuries ago is not merely preserved in its original form. It is analyzed, debated, and recontextualized, its influence shifting as it interacts with new societal conditions. Similarly, scientific discoveries are not isolated moments but stepping stones that form an ongoing chain of knowledge, where each breakthrough fuels further inquiry and transformation. Legacy, then, is not just the result of deliberate action, but an emergent property of interactions across time. The impact of a person's work or influence is not determined solely by their intent, but by how it resonates within the broader system of human culture. The emergent model challenges the notion of legacy as an endpoint and instead presents it as a process, one that continually unfolds beyond the control of its original creator. The ripple effect. How influence expands beyond the individual. One of the defining characteristics of an emergent legacy is its ability to spread beyond the direct reach of its originator. Influence is not a linear transmission, but a ripple effect, branching out in unexpected ways. For example, a mentor may directly influence a student, but the true legacy of that influence is not confined to the immediate relationship. The student, in turn, passes on what they have learned, shaping others in ways that the original mentor may never see. Over time, the ideas and values instilled in a single person can propagate through entire communities, institutions, and even civilizations. This phenomenon is evident in fields ranging from education to activism, where seemingly small actions can trigger expansive cultural and intellectual shifts. The internet and digital communication have further amplified the ripple effect of legacy, enabling ideas to spread rapidly across global networks. A blog post, a video, or an online discussion can reach audiences across continents, influencing minds and conversations in ways that transcend traditional boundaries. In this way, emergent legacy is no longer limited by geography or immediate personal connections. It unfolds across digital ecosystems, reshaping discourse and knowledge on a vast scale. The collective evolution of thought and culture. An emergent legacy does not exist in isolation. It is shaped by collective engagement. Intellectual traditions, artistic movements, and technological advancements are not the work of single individuals, but the result of countless contributions, revisions, and reinterpretations over time. Consider philosophy. The ideas of Plato, Descartes, and Kant were not final conclusions, but foundations upon which future thinkers built. Each generation of philosophers engaged with, critiqued, and expanded upon these ideas, ensuring that their legacies remain dynamic rather than fixed. In literature, works from centuries past continue to inspire new narratives, adaptations, and critical analyses, demonstrating that cultural impact is an emergent and evolving force. The same principle applies to technological innovation. The development of the internet, for instance, was not the achievement of one person, but an ongoing emergent process shaped by the contributions of countless scientists, engineers, and users who continuously refine and expand its capabilities. Legacy from this perspective is not about individual ownership, but about participation in a larger system of progress. The digital age and the transformation of legacy. The digital age has fundamentally altered how legacy functions, making it more fluid, interactive, and accessible. Unlike previous generations, where influence was preserved through physical records or first-hand accounts, modern technology allows for a more dynamic continuation of one's presence in the world. Social media, digital archives, and artificial intelligence have made it possible for individuals to leave behind digital footprints that persist indefinitely. Online content, including articles, videos, and even AI-generated interactions, allows ideas and personal influence to continue evolving beyond an individual's lifetime. This raises new philosophical questions. If an AI model trained on a person's writings can generate new insights in their style, does this extend their legacy, or does it become something entirely distinct? The emergent nature of digital legacy suggests that influence is no longer tied to physical existence, but continues through interactive, evolving networks. Moreover, blockchain technology and decentralized digital ownership are redefining how legacy is preserved and authenticated. Digital records can now exist outside centralized institutions, allowing for an emergent, community-driven approach to preserving cultural contributions. This decentralization ensures that knowledge, artistic works, and philosophical insights are not merely stored, but actively engaged with, reshaped, and carried forward by an evolving digital collective. The social and ethical implications of emergent legacy. As legacy becomes more emergent and decentralized, it also raises critical ethical and societal considerations. If influence is an ongoing process rather than a fixed contribution, how should societies ensure that legacies are represented accurately and responsibly? Historical revisionism, misinformation, and digital manipulation all have the potential to distort or reframe legacies in ways that diverge from their original intent. The emergent model of legacy challenges us to rethink how we attribute and preserve contributions in a world where information is constantly being reshaped. Rather than attempting to freeze influence in its original form, societies must develop mechanisms that encourage ethical reinterpretation, ensuring that legacy remains a constructive and evolving force rather than a tool for distortion or exploitation. The future of emergent legacy. Looking ahead, the concept of legacy will continue to evolve in ways that defy traditional notions of permanence. Rather than seeing our impact as something finite, we must embrace the idea that our contributions are part of a larger, interconnected system, one that will continue to transform long after we are gone. This perspective invites a more fluid and open-ended approach to influence. Instead of striving to control how we are remembered, we can focus on cultivating contributions that invite reinterpretation, engagement, and innovation. By participating in emergent systems of thought, culture, and technological advancement, we ensure that our legacy is not just a static imprint, but a living, evolving process. As we transition to the conclusion of this chapter, we will explore how embracing emergent legacy can lead to a deeper understanding of our role in shaping the future. Rather than fearing the loss of control over how we are remembered, we can view legacy as an invitation to continuous dialogue, a process where influence is not confined to the past, but remains an active force in the unfolding story of human civilization. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 9. Conclusion. The ever-evolving nature of legacy. Legacy, when viewed through the lens of emergent philosophy, is not a static entity frozen in time, but a living, evolving force that continues to transform through reinterpretation, adaptation, and interaction. The traditional notion of legacy as a fixed record of achievements, a book, a monument, a financial endowment, fails to capture the dynamic and self-sustaining nature of influence. Instead, emergent legacy exists as a continuous process, shaped not only by the originator, but by those who engage with it, challenge it, and extend its impact into new contexts. The continuum of influence, legacy beyond the individual. A defining characteristic of emergent legacy is its persistence beyond the direct actions of an individual. While a person's contributions may begin with their conscious efforts, their influence continues to evolve through the interpretations, applications, and modifications of future generations. Legacy, therefore, is not about finality, but about continuity. It does not end with the physical presence of its originator. Rather, It finds new life in the minds and actions of those who carry it forward. Philosophers, scientists, artists, and leaders throughout history have left legacies that were never static, but were instead part of an unfolding narrative. The works of Socrates, Darwin, and Einstein did not remain confined to their original formulations, but were built upon, debated, and reshaped by those who followed. Their legacies, rather than being finished products, became emergent phenomena, shifting, expanding, and influencing new frontiers of thought and innovation. The role of networks in expanding influence. Legacy does not propagate in isolation. It spreads through complex networks of interaction. In the modern age, digital platforms and global communication have accelerated the emergent nature of legacy, allowing for ideas, movements, and cultural contributions to spread and evolve at an unprecedented scale. Social media, open source collaborations, and decentralized knowledge-sharing platforms ensure that no idea remains static. Instead, information is constantly modified, remixed, and reinterpreted in new and unexpected ways. This interconnected reality challenges the traditional view of legacy as something controlled by a single authority. In an emergent model, influence is no longer dictated by a singular voice, but co-created by a collective of participants. A single idea may begin as an individual thought, but its long-term survival and evolution depend on how it is absorbed, reshaped, and integrated into the broader cultural and intellectual ecosystem. Digital immortality and the future of legacy. The digital age has introduced a new dimension to legacy, one in which influence can persist indefinitely through artificial intelligence, digital twins, and interactive archives. Unlike in previous generations, where an individual's legacy was primarily preserved through physical artifacts or written records, today's technological advancements enable contributions to be sustained and dynamically engaged with long after the original creator has passed. AI-driven systems can analyze and simulate the thought patterns of historical figures, allowing for ongoing dialogue with their ideas. Digital twins, AI models trained on an individual's writings and recorded speeches, can continue to generate new content and insights based on their past work. This raises profound philosophical questions. If an AI can extrapolate new ideas from a philosopher's past writings, does this extension still belong to the original thinker, or has their legacy become something wholly new? The emergent nature of digital legacy means that influence is no longer confined to the past, but remains an active force, capable of adapting to new circumstances, generating new interpretations, and contributing to ongoing intellectual and cultural discussions. This challenges us to reconsider what it means to leave a lasting impact in a world where presence can be perpetuated indefinitely. Ethical considerations. The responsibility of emergent legacy. As legacy becomes more emergent and decentralized, the responsibility for how it is carried forward becomes more complex. If ideas and contributions are continuously evolving, who determines how they are represented? Historical revisionism, digital manipulation, and algorithmic distortions all have the potential to reshape legacies in ways that diverge from their original intent. This raises ethical questions about authenticity, ownership, and the stewardship of influence. Should legacy be preserved as closely as possible to its original form, or should it be allowed to organically transform in response to societal changes? The emergent model suggests that while legacy should remain fluid, ethical frameworks must be developed to ensure that reinterpretation remains constructive rather than exploitative. Embracing an emergent approach to legacy. Understanding legacy as an emergent phenomenon offers a more realistic and empowering approach to influence. Instead of striving for permanence or rigid control over how one is remembered, individuals can focus on contributing ideas, creations, and knowledge that invite participation, reinterpretation, and expansion. Rather than fearing the loss of control over one's legacy, embracing its emergent nature allows for a more dynamic and lasting impact. It encourages collaboration, continuous dialogue, and the recognition that influence is not about ownership but about ongoing contribution to a larger interconnected system of thought and culture. The emergent perspective shifts the focus from individual accomplishment to collective evolution. It acknowledges that the greatest legacies are not those that remain unchanged, but those that inspire, adapt, and take on new life in unforeseen ways. This is not a loss of influence, but an amplification of it, one that extends far beyond the confines of a single lifetime. Looking ahead, the evolution of political and economic systems. As we move forward in our exploration of emergent philosophy, the next chapter will shift its focus to emergent governance, the evolution of political and economic systems. Just as legacy is not a fixed imprint but an evolving force, governance is not a static structure imposed from above, but an emergent process shaped by collective interactions, decentralized decision-making, and adaptive frameworks. Governance has traditionally been understood through hierarchical models of authority, where control is concentrated in centralized institutions. However, emergent governance suggests that political and economic systems function more effectively when they are adaptable, decentralized, and responsive to the ever-changing needs of societies. From blockchain-based governance structures to self-organizing communities, the future of governance lies in systems that are not imposed but arise organically through collective intelligence. By applying emergent principles to governance, we can reimagine political and economic structures in ways that prioritize adaptability, participation, and resilience. Just as legacy is shaped by ongoing engagement, governance must evolve through dynamic interaction, ensuring that it remains responsive and effective in an increasingly complex world. In the next chapter, we will explore how emergent governance offers a new paradigm for structuring society, one that moves beyond rigid institutions and embraces the decentralized, self-organizing principles that define all complex, adaptive systems. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 10. Emergent Governance. The Evolution of Political and Economic Systems. Governance has traditionally been understood as a top-down system in which authority is centralized, laws are imposed, and societal structures are maintained through rigid control. This reductionist view treats governance as something designed and enforced by institutions rather than as an evolving adaptive system. However, from an emergent perspective, governance is not simply imposed from above. It arises organically through the interactions of individuals, communities, and socio-political frameworks. Political and economic systems are not static constructs, but dynamic processes that shift, adapt, and evolve in response to the needs of societies over time. Emergent philosophy reframes governance as a decentralized and self-organizing phenomenon, challenging the notion that effective political systems require rigid hierarchies and absolute control. Instead, it argues that governance emerges through negotiation, adaptation, and collective intelligence. The political and economic models that sustain societies are not predetermined blueprints, but evolving systems that reflect the complex interplay of cultural values, technological progress, and human cooperation. The failure of centralized, rigid governance. Throughout history, societies have attempted to establish lasting systems of governance, yet these systems often struggle to adapt to change. Monarchies, empires, and authoritarian states have historically sought to maintain control through centralized power structures, assuming that stability comes from strict order and rigid laws. However, these systems are frequently unable to accommodate the complexities of human societies. When governance becomes too rigid, it eventually collapses under the weight of its own inflexibility. Traditional governance models assume that stability requires control, yet history has shown that the most enduring political systems are those capable of evolving in response to shifting circumstances. The fall of the Roman Empire, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the decline of colonial empires all illustrate that centralized power structures struggle to maintain relevance in an ever-changing world. These collapses are not merely the result of economic mismanagement or political corruption, but the failure to recognize that governance itself must be an emergent process, responsive to the needs of its constituents. Emergent governance in action. Decentralization and collective decision-making. Rather than being dictated by a singular authority, governance can emerge from the bottom up through collective action and decentralized decision-making. The Internet age has provided a unique opportunity to observe how emergent governance can function as digital communities, decentralized organizations, and collaborative platforms have demonstrated alternative models of social coordination. One of the clearest examples of emergent governance is the development of decentralized political movements and grassroots activism. Unlike traditional political parties, which rely on rigid hierarchies, decentralized movements such as the Arab Spring, Occupy Wall Street, and online advocacy campaigns operate through distributed networks. They form in response to societal issues, evolve dynamically, and adapt to changing circumstances without relying on a centralized leadership structure. Blockchain technology further illustrates the potential for emergent governance, providing mechanisms for decentralized decision-making that do not rely on traditional institutions. Blockchain-based governance systems, such as decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, allow for collective decision-making where authority is distributed among participants rather than concentrated in a single governing body. These models suggest that governance does not need to be imposed from above, but can emerge organically through transparent, participatory processes. Economic systems as emergent phenomena. Like governance, economic systems are often perceived as fixed structures: capitalism, socialism, feudalism, each with predefined rules and mechanisms. However, economies are not static entities. They emerge from the collective behaviors, decisions, and interactions of individuals, businesses, and governments. Market economies, for instance, function as emergent systems. Prices, supply chains, and financial markets are not centrally controlled, but arise from countless decentralized transactions. No single entity dictates the flow of trade. Instead, economic patterns emerge based on supply, demand, and innovation. Similarly, barter economies, informal trade networks, and community-based financial systems have historically demonstrated that economic organization is not solely dictated by rigid institutions, but arises naturally from human cooperation and exchange. Cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance, DeFi, further illustrate the emergent nature of economic systems. Unlike traditional banking institutions, which operate through centralized control, blockchain-based financial systems operate as self-regulating networks where trust and value emerge from decentralized consensus. These systems challenge the traditional notion that economies must be managed by central banks and government regulations, demonstrating that alternative economic models can emerge based on transparency, consensus, and digital trust mechanisms. The future of governance: adaptive, participatory, and emergent. As societies become increasingly interconnected, the need for adaptive governance models becomes more apparent. The bureaucratic inefficiencies of traditional governments are being challenged by networked systems that facilitate real-time collaboration, participatory decision-making, and decentralized authority structures. Emergent governance suggests that future political and economic models should be decentralized, shifting power from centralized institutions to distributed networks where decision-making is participatory and transparent. Dynamic, allowing governance structures to evolve based on real-time feedback, technological advancements, and changing societal needs. Collaborative, integrating diverse perspectives and fostering collective intelligence rather than relying on top-down authority. Transparent, utilizing open-source technologies, public data access, and decentralized accountability mechanisms to ensure fair and equitable governance. The principles of emergent philosophy provide a roadmap for rethinking governance in the 21st century. Rather than clinging to outdated models of power and control, societies can embrace a more adaptive, decentralized approach where governance evolves through shared knowledge, mutual cooperation, and emergent structures. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 10. Emergent Governance. The Evolution of Political and Economic Systems. The middle. The shift from hierarchical control to emergent order. The limits of traditional governance models. Governance has long been viewed as a system of centralized control where authority is concentrated in institutions such as governments, corporations, and regulatory bodies. The assumption behind this model is that stability and order can only be maintained through hierarchical decision-making and rigid enforcement. However, history has demonstrated that centralized governance often fails to adapt to rapid changes, leading to inefficiencies, corruption, and systemic collapse. Traditional governance structures assume that laws, policies, and economic regulations must be dictated from the top down, with individuals and communities serving as passive recipients of these directives. Yet societies are complex, self-organizing entities that do not function in a purely mechanistic way. Human interactions, cultural shifts, and technological advancements continuously reshape the landscape of governance, making static models obsolete over time. In the face of globalization, digital transformation, and decentralization, emergent governance provides a new way of understanding political and economic systems, not as fixed constructs, but as evolving adaptive networks. The key to sustainable governance lies in recognizing that power and decision-making should emerge from the collective intelligence of society rather than being imposed from above. Decentralization and distributed authority. The emergence of decentralized governance models is reshaping how societies are organized, challenging the idea that governance must be controlled by a select group of leaders. Blockchain technology, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, and open source policy making illustrate how collective decision-making can be facilitated without centralized oversight. Decentralized governance models are built on principles of self-organization, transparency, and direct participation. Unlike traditional political systems that rely on elected representatives, these models empower individuals to actively contribute to decision-making through mechanisms such as consensus protocols, smart contracts, and community-driven governance structures. For example, DAOs allow groups of people to govern themselves based on transparent, programmable rules encoded in smart contracts. This eliminates the need for intermediaries, ensuring that governance is carried out by the community rather than through bureaucratic institutions. Similarly, digital voting systems are transforming the democratic process by enabling secure, transparent, and verifiable elections that reduce fraud and increase public trust. The shift toward decentralized governance is not just theoretical, it is already manifesting in economic structures, corporate management, and international relations. Countries such as Estonia have pioneered e-governance initiatives that use blockchain technology to streamline bureaucratic processes, reducing inefficiencies and increasing transparency. Likewise, decentralized financial DeFi systems are challenging traditional banking institutions by allowing individuals to transact and invest without intermediaries. Emergent economics, the evolution of market systems. Economic systems, much like political governance, have historically been framed within rigid ideologies: capitalism, socialism, feudalism, each claiming to offer the best approach to resource distribution. However, economies are not static entities that adhere strictly to ideological doctrines. They are emergent systems shaped by countless interactions between individuals, businesses, governments, and technological infrastructures. Markets are, by nature, emergent phenomena. Prices, trade networks, and financial markets are not dictated by central authorities, but arise organically through decentralized exchanges of goods, services, and information. The more adaptable an economic system is to technological advancements and shifting societal needs, the more resilient it becomes. Cryptocurrencies, for instance, exemplify the emergent nature of modern economies. Unlike fiat currencies controlled by central banks, cryptocurrencies operate on decentralized networks where value is determined collectively by market participants. This challenges the traditional notion that economic stability requires government intervention and instead demonstrates that financial systems can self-regulate based on emergent principles. Additionally, decentralized finance, DeFi, has opened new avenues for economic participation by removing barriers to entry for individuals in underbanked regions. Through peer-to-peer lending, smart contracts, and algorithmic financial management, DeFi platforms facilitate economic interactions without reliance on traditional banking systems. This illustrates how economies evolve based on emergent interactions rather than top-down mandates. The role of technology in emergent governance. Technology is accelerating the shift toward emergent governance by enabling decentralized coordination, real-time data analysis, and enhanced transparency. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, and networked communication systems are redefining how governance structures operate, making them more adaptable and responsive to societal needs. One of the most transformative developments in emergent governance is the rise of algorithmic decision-making. AI-driven governance models can analyze complex data sets, predict policy outcomes, and optimize decision-making processes more efficiently than human administrators. However, this also raises ethical questions about autonomy, accountability, and potential biases embedded within AI systems. In addition to AI, blockchain technology is playing a crucial role in governance by ensuring transparency and trust in decision-making. Smart contracts enable automated execution of agreements, reducing reliance on intermediaries and eliminating corruption. By leveraging decentralized ledgers, governments and institutions can increase accountability, streamline public services, and facilitate direct citizen participation in policy formation. The adaptive nature of self-governance. The concept of emergent governance extends beyond technology and institutions. It also applies to communities and social movements that organize themselves organically. Throughout history, grassroots movements have demonstrated that governance does not need to be imposed from above, but can arise through voluntary cooperation and collective action. The Arab Spring, Occupy Wall Street, and decentralized activist groups like Anonymous highlight how spontaneous, self-organizing movements can challenge established power structures without centralized leadership. These movements rely on emergent principles where decision-making, organization, and influence arise dynamically rather than being dictated by a single authority. Self-governance is also evident in cooperative economies and local governance experiments. Worker cooperatives, mutual aid networks, and community-based resource management systems provide alternative models of governance that prioritize participation, shared ownership, and sustainability. These systems emerge through local needs and collective problem-solving rather than rigid institutional frameworks. The challenges and opportunities of emergent governance. While emergent governance offers a more adaptive and inclusive approach to organizing societies, it also comes with challenges. The lack of centralized control can make coordination difficult, particularly in large-scale systems that require consistency and regulation. Additionally, decentralized governance models must find ways to balance autonomy with collective responsibility, ensuring that decision-making remains effective and equitable. Another challenge is resistance from established institutions. Governments, corporations, and regulatory bodies often resist decentralization due to concerns about losing control, economic instability, or threats to existing power structures. However, history has shown that governance models must evolve in response to societal changes, and resistance to emergent governance is unlikely to prevent its continued evolution. Despite these challenges, the opportunities presented by emergent governance are vast. By embracing decentralization, transparency, and participatory decision-making, societies can create more resilient and responsive governance models that adapt to the complexities of the modern world. The integration of technological advancements, collective intelligence, and self-organizing principles provides a pathway toward governance systems that are not imposed but evolve naturally through the interactions of individuals and communities. As we transition into the conclusion of this chapter, we will explore how the principles of emergent governance can be applied to real-world policy making, economic innovation, and global cooperation. By shifting from rigid hierarchical control to adaptive network governance, we can create societies that are more just, efficient, and capable of navigating the challenges of the 21st century. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 10. Conclusion. The Future of Emergent Governance. Emergent governance is not just a theoretical framework. It is the natural evolution of political and economic systems in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. The rigid top-down governance models of the past have repeatedly demonstrated their limitations, failing to adapt to technological advances, societal shifts, and global challenges. In contrast, emergent governance offers an alternative vision, one that embraces decentralization, collective intelligence, and adaptive decision-making to create more resilient and responsive systems. The shift from control to coordination. Traditional governance operates on the assumption that stability requires control through laws, regulations, and enforcement mechanisms. However, history has shown that overly rigid structures often collapse under their own weight, unable to accommodate change. The fall of empires, the decline of bureaucratic states, and the inefficiencies of central planning all point to the inherent fragility of hierarchical control. Emergent governance shifts the focus from control to coordination. Rather than imposing fixed rules from above, governance emerges from the dynamic interactions of individuals, communities, and decentralized institutions. Decision-making is no longer confined to a select few, but distributed across networks that adapt in real time to new challenges. This approach is not only more resilient, but also more equitable, as it allows for a broader range of voices to participate in shaping policies and systems. The rise of blockchain governance, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, and collaborative decision-making platforms exemplifies how emergent governance is already taking shape. These systems do not rely on traditional hierarchies, but instead leverage transparency, consensus mechanisms, and smart contracts to enable self-regulating communities. By decentralizing authority, They reduce corruption, increase efficiency, and create governance structures that are inherently more adaptable. The role of technology in facilitating emergent governance. Technology is the key enabler of emergent governance, providing the tools necessary to transition from centralized control to distributed coordination. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, and big data analytics are already transforming governance by increasing transparency, automating processes, and facilitating real-time decision-making. Blockchain and trustless systems. One of the biggest challenges in governance is trust. Corruption, inefficiency, and lack of accountability often undermine public confidence in institutions. Blockchain technology addresses this issue by providing transparent, tamper-proof records of transactions, votes, and agreements. Smart contracts enable governance actions to be executed automatically, reducing the need for intermediaries and ensuring that rules are enforced consistently. AI and data-driven decision-making. Traditional governance models often rely on outdated information, leading to inefficient policies. AI-powered systems can process vast amounts of real-time data, allowing for evidence-based decision-making. Predictive analytics can help governments anticipate problems before they arise, while AI-driven simulations can model the potential outcomes of different policy choices, enabling more informed governance. Decentralized digital identity and voting. One of the major barriers to participatory governance is accessibility. Many citizens are excluded from the political process due to logistical barriers, security concerns, or lack of representation. Decentralized digital identity solutions combined with secure online voting systems can enable direct participation in decision-making, reducing fraud and increasing voter engagement. These technological advancements illustrate how governance can evolve beyond outdated bureaucratic systems, becoming more participatory, efficient, and adaptive. Economic systems in an emergent framework. Governance is not limited to politics. It also extends to economic systems. The traditional dichotomy between capitalism and socialism has long dominated economic thought, yet both frameworks struggle to accommodate the complexities of modern economies. Emergent economics provides a third path, one that recognizes markets, regulations, and financial systems as evolving, self-organizing networks rather than fixed structures. Cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance, DeFi, have demonstrated how financial systems can function without central banks or intermediaries. Peer-to-peer lending, algorithmic trading, and decentralized exchanges are revolutionizing the way people interact with money, reducing reliance on centralized institutions and increasing financial inclusivity, rather than being dictated by government policies or corporate monopolies. Economic activity is increasingly governed by decentralized, emergent systems that adapt in real time to market needs. This emergent approach to economics does not reject regulation altogether, but rather reimagines it as a flexible, adaptive process. Regulatory frameworks can themselves become emergent, utilizing AI and blockchain to ensure compliance, detect fraud, and adjust policies dynamically. Instead of rigid economic doctrines, emergent economics embraces continuous learning, feedback loops, and decentralization to create more resilient financial systems. Challenges and ethical considerations. While emergent governance presents numerous advantages, it also comes with challenges that must be addressed. Decentralization versus coordination. While decentralized governance models increase autonomy and reduce corruption, they also risk fragmentation and inefficiency. Ensuring coordination between decentralized entities without reverting to rigid hierarchies is a key challenge. Algorithmic bias and AI ethics. AI-driven governance introduces risks related to bias, surveillance, and accountability. Ethical frameworks must be developed to ensure that AI-based decision-making remains transparent, fair, and aligned with human values. Digital divide and access inequality. The success of emergent governance depends on access to digital technologies. Without efforts to close the digital divide, there is a risk that decentralized systems will disproportionately benefit technologically advanced regions while excluding marginalized communities. Resistance from traditional institutions. Governments, corporations, and legacy financial institutions may resist the transition to emergent governance due to perceived threats to their authority. Navigating this resistance requires strategic transitions that gradually integrate decentralized principles into existing structures. Despite these challenges, the potential benefits of emergent governance far outweigh the risks. By addressing these issues proactively, societies can create governance models that are more just, efficient, and responsive to the needs of the people. The future of emergent governance. As emergent governance continues to develop, we can expect to see increasing experimentation with decentralized decision-making, blockchain-based governance structures, and AI-driven policy management. The transition from hierarchical control to emergent order is not a single event, but an ongoing process, one that will continue to evolve as societies embrace more adaptive participatory models of governance. The future of governance lies in systems that are transparent and accountable, ensuring that decision-making processes are open, accessible, and resistant to corruption. Decentralized and participatory, empowering individuals and communities to take an active role in governance, rather than being passive subjects of centralized authority. Technologically integrated, leveraging AI, blockchain, and digital identity solutions to increase efficiency, security, and accessibility. Resilient and adaptive, creating governance systems that can evolve in response to new challenges, ensuring long-term sustainability. Looking ahead, the evolution of knowledge and truth. As we transition from governance to the nature of knowledge itself, the next chapter will explore emergent epistemology, the evolution of knowledge and truth. Just as governance is not a static framework, but an adaptive process, knowledge is not a fixed collection of facts, but an emergent system shaped by discourse, inquiry, and technological advancements. Emergent epistemology challenges the notion that truth is absolute and instead views it as a dynamic phenomenon that develops through scientific progress, cultural evolution, and collaborative learning. The rigid models of classical epistemology fail to account for the fluid nature of knowledge, which continuously refines itself through the integration of new evidence, perspectives, and interpretations. In the next chapter, we will examine how knowledge emerges from complex interactions between individuals, societies, and information networks. We will explore the role of AI, big data, and digital epistemology in shaping the future of truth, and how embracing an emergent approach to knowledge can revolutionize education, research, and decision-making. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 11. Emergent Economics. The Evolution of Markets, Value, and Exchange. Introduction. The shift from fixed systems to adaptive economies. Economics has traditionally been approached as a structured discipline based on models, formulas, and fixed principles that attempt to predict market behavior, allocate resources, and manage financial systems. Classical economics assumes that economic systems can be understood through rational actors, supply and demand equations, and measurable inputs and outputs. However, as history has repeatedly demonstrated, economic systems are not rigid or static. They are dynamic, ever-evolving, and deeply interconnected with technological advancements, cultural shifts, and the broader human experience. Emergent economics challenges the conventional view that economies can be fully controlled, centrally planned, or predicted through mechanistic models. Instead, it proposes that economies function as emergent systems, adaptive, decentralized, and shaped by countless interactions at micro and macro levels, rather than being dictated solely by government policies or corporate decisions. Economic structures arise from collective human behavior, technological innovations, and shifting societal values. From classical to emergent economics, a paradigm shift. Economic thought has evolved dramatically over centuries. Classical economists such as Adam Smith envisioned a world where the invisible hand of the market governed economic outcomes, with individuals acting in their own self-interest, leading to an overall balance in supply and demand. Later, Keynesian economics emphasized the role of government intervention in stabilizing markets, particularly in times of recession. Marxist economic theory challenged these views, arguing that economic structures emerge from power dynamics, class struggles, and historical materialism. More recently, neoliberalism promoted the idea that free markets, deregulation, and privatization would lead to optimal outcomes. While each of these theories provides valuable insights, they all assume a degree of predictability and control over economic forces. Yet, the modern world has shown that economies do not function in linear or easily controllable ways. The 2008 financial crisis, the rise of cryptocurrency, and the rapid transformations brought about by artificial intelligence and automation demonstrate that economic systems are subject to emergent properties, unpredictable behaviors that arise from complex interactions rather than from a top-down engineered process. Emergent economics moves beyond these classical frameworks and recognizes that economies evolve like ecosystems. Just as biological evolution does not follow a preordained script, but adapts based on environmental pressures and genetic variation, economies change in response to technological disruptions, cultural shifts, and real-time adaptations by participants in the system. Key principles of emergent economics. 1. Decentralization and distributed decision-making. Traditional economic models assume that central banks, corporations, and governments control financial systems. However, the rise of decentralized finance, DeFi, peer-to-peer economies, and blockchain technologies challenges this assumption. Decentralized economic models illustrate that value creation, currency exchange, and even governance can emerge through networked interactions rather than centralized oversight. Bitcoin, for example, was not introduced by a central authority, but emerged as an alternative to traditional banking through a distributed ledger system. Cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance protocols now allow financial transactions to occur without the need for banks, demonstrating how economies can function outside traditional regulatory frameworks. Rather than being dictated by policymakers alone, financial systems are increasingly shaped by emergent bottom-up participation, where individuals and distributed networks collectively influence economic outcomes. 2. The adaptive nature of markets. Markets are not static constructs. They evolve continuously based on new technologies, shifting consumer behaviors, and global changes. The emergence of e-commerce, gig economies, and digital platforms exemplifies how markets adapt and reinvent themselves in response to technological and social transformations. Consider how companies like Uber and Airbnb emerged, not through centralized planning, but as responses to inefficiencies in existing industries. The gig economy itself is an emergent phenomenon, where traditional employment structures are being replaced by more fluid, flexible forms of labor. These transformations suggest that markets do not follow rigid rules, but instead evolve based on emergent demand, technological capability, and changing social expectations. 3. The role of technology in economic evolution. Historically, technological advancements have been among the greatest drivers of economic change. The Industrial Revolution mechanized labor, the Internet digitized commerce, and artificial intelligence is now automating decision-making processes. In each case, technology did not simply improve existing economic models, it transformed them entirely. Automation and AI-driven economies will likely lead to further economic emergence. Algorithms now handle financial trading, supply chain logistics, and even content generation. While these developments introduce new efficiencies, they also disrupt traditional labor markets, requiring new ways of thinking about work, income, and economic participation. Emergent economics suggests that economic policies and institutions must become more flexible, embracing adaptation rather than relying on outdated models that assume economies function in predictable cycles. 4. The post-labor economy and the future of work. As automation reduces the demand for human labor, economies will need to shift toward new forms of value creation. The traditional model, where individuals exchange labor for wages to participate in the economy, may no longer be the dominant structure. Instead, a post-labor economy may emerge, where income is derived from creative contributions, digital interactions, or decentralized participation in AI-driven industries. Universal Basic Income, UBI, and alternative economic models are being explored as ways to transition to this new reality. Rather than viewing labor as the sole means of economic participation, emergent economic systems may recognize value creation in entirely new ways, such as participation in knowledge-sharing networks, AI collaborations, or decentralized governance structures. Embracing the future of emergent economics. The future of economics is not about predicting market trends through outdated models, but about embracing adaptability, decentralized decision-making, and continuous evolution. Emergent economics provides a new lens through which to understand financial systems, not as rigid constructs, but as living, evolving networks shaped by technology, cultural shifts, and collective human behavior. By recognizing that economic structures emerge rather than being designed from the top down, we open up new possibilities for innovation, resilience, and sustainable economic development. The global financial system must evolve not by enforcing rigid control, but by fostering conditions that allow new, adaptive, and decentralized economic models to thrive. As we move forward, the key question is not how do we control the economy, but rather how do we create environments where economic emergence leads to greater prosperity, equity, and innovation. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 11. Emergent Economics. The Evolution of Markets, Value, and Exchange. Decentralization and the Rise of Distributed Economies. Traditional economic models have long relied on centralized decision-making, where governments, corporations, and financial institutions dictate the flow of capital, regulate trade, and set economic policy. However, in the age of blockchain, peer-to-peer networks, and decentralized finance, DeFi, these rigid structures are being challenged by emergent economic forces that arise organically from collective participation. Cryptocurrencies and DeFi platforms illustrate how economies can function beyond traditional banking systems. Unlike conventional financial institutions, which operate through centralized oversight, decentralized networks distribute financial power among users. Bitcoin, Ethereum, and various decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, exemplify how economic value can emerge from self-organizing systems without requiring top-down control. These models demonstrate that emergent economic structures are not dictated by policy alone, but shaped by technological innovations, social consensus, and real-time economic interactions. The implications of decentralization extend beyond finance. Decentralized labor markets, enabled by gig economies and remote work platforms, allow individuals to engage in value exchange without traditional employment structures. Crowdsourcing, digital cooperatives, and blockchain-based governance models illustrate how decision-making and economic participation are becoming more distributed, challenging the notion that economies must be centrally managed to function effectively. Market adaptability and the evolution of exchange. Markets are often viewed as structured, rule-bound entities guided by supply and demand, but history has shown that markets are among the most emergent aspects of economic systems. They evolve in response to technological shifts, changing consumer behaviors, and global interconnectedness. The emergence of digital platforms like Amazon, Uber, and Airbnb showcases how markets continuously reinvent themselves based on efficiency, accessibility, and shifting societal preferences. These platforms did not emerge from centralized economic planning, but from adaptive responses to consumer needs and technological capabilities. Similarly, the rise of social media influencers, digital entrepreneurship, and non-fungible tokens, NFTs, demonstrates how new markets can form around intangible assets, reshaping traditional notions of value. The adaptability of markets also highlights their resilience in times of crisis. While conventional economic models emphasize stability through regulation and control, emergent economic systems rely on adaptive capacity to navigate uncertainty. The COVID-19 pandemic, for example, accelerated the adoption of remote work, digital commerce, and alternative currencies, revealing how economies evolve in response to disruption rather than strictly following predetermined models. Technological disruption and economic emergence. Technological innovation is not merely an external factor that influences economies. It is an integral part of how economic systems emerge and evolve. From the printing press to the internet, technological shifts have consistently reshaped labor markets, capital flow, and production methods. Artificial intelligence, AI, and automation are now driving the next phase of economic emergence. AI-powered algorithms optimize financial trading, supply chain logistics, and data analytics, reducing inefficiencies and creating new forms of value. However, automation also disrupts traditional labor structures by replacing routine jobs and necessitating a reevaluation of economic participation. The gig economy, remote freelancing, and AI-assisted creative industries are examples of how labor markets are adapting to technological disruptions in real time. Another significant shift is the emergence of self-sustaining economic networks, where AI and smart contracts autonomously facilitate transactions without human intervention. Decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, operate based on algorithmic governance, where collective decisions emerge through blockchain-verified voting mechanisms rather than hierarchical management. This model challenges traditional corporate structures and suggests a future where economies are shaped by participatory, self-regulating systems. Rethinking value in an emergent economy. Traditional economic thought often ties value to material goods, labor productivity, and financial capital. However, in an emergent economy, value is increasingly derived from knowledge, digital assets, and decentralized collaboration. Intellectual property, data, and digital engagement have become major economic drivers. Companies like Google, Facebook, and TikTok generate immense value not through physical production, but by monetizing user data and attention. Similarly, the creator economy has transformed individual influence into economic capital, where digital content, brand partnerships, and subscription-based models redefine how individuals generate income. This shift raises important questions about economic participation. If value is increasingly tied to knowledge production, community engagement, and digital presence, how should economic systems accommodate those outside these structures? Emergent economics suggests that economic frameworks must evolve to recognize and reward diverse forms of contribution, including collaborative intelligence, creative input, and decentralized governance. The future of work and the post-labor economy. As automation and AI continue to reshape industries, the concept of work itself is evolving. The traditional labor for wages model may no longer be the dominant structure, leading to the rise of post-labor economic systems where individuals derive income from alternative means. universal basic income, UBI, revenue sharing digital platforms, and AI-assisted productivity models all point toward an economic landscape where financial security is not solely dependent on employment. Instead of rigid wage structures, emergent economies could prioritize value redistribution through decentralized financial systems, cooperative ownership models, and participatory economic frameworks. The transition to a post-labor economy will require new economic policies that address the redistribution of wealth, the role of AI in economic decision-making, and the integration of decentralized financial models into global economic structures. Rather than resisting these shifts, societies must embrace emergent solutions that prioritize adaptability, inclusion, and sustainable value creation. Navigating an emergent economic future. Emergent economics redefines how we understand financial systems, labor markets, and value exchange. Rather than adhering to static models, economic systems should be seen as evolving networks influenced by technological advancements, cultural shifts, and decentralized participation. The challenge ahead is not to impose rigid control over economic structures, but to foster conditions where emergent economies can thrive. By embracing adaptive governance, technological integration, and decentralized collaboration, societies can build resilient economic frameworks that evolve with the complexities of the modern world. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 11. Emergent Economics. Conclusion. The next evolution of economic thought. Emergent economics challenges traditional views of markets, value, and exchange, positioning economic systems as living, adaptive structures rather than static frameworks dictated by centralized policies. The principles outlined in this chapter illustrate that economies are not simply designed, but emerge organically through technology, social interactions, and collective intelligence. The rise of decentralized finance, the creator economy, and AI-driven automation marks a profound shift in how economic value is defined and distributed. As we stand at the threshold of a post-labor economy, the question is no longer whether these emergent systems will take hold, but how societies will navigate and shape them. The transition requires rethinking work, wealth distribution, and governance structures that support adaptability rather than rigid control. Universal basic income, decentralized financial models, and participatory economic frameworks offer pathways to a future where economic agency is widely distributed and value is recognized in diverse forms beyond traditional labor metrics. Rather than resisting change, economic institutions and policymakers must embrace emergent models that foster resilience, equity, and sustainable growth. The future of economics is one where traditional hierarchies give way to decentralized participation, and financial security is not solely tied to employment, but to contributions within dynamic, evolving ecosystems. The ability to navigate this transition will determine whether societies thrive in an emergent world or struggle under outdated economic paradigms. The transformation of economic roles and incentives. One of the most critical shifts in an emergent economic framework is the changing nature of economic roles and incentives. As AI and automation replace many traditional jobs, Individuals must redefine their contributions to society. The value of creative work, problem solving, and collaboration will increasingly take precedence over routine mechanical labor. Economic incentives will move away from rigid employment structures and toward participatory models where individuals contribute based on their unique skills, insights, and intellectual capital. Furthermore, emergent economic systems recognize the importance of sustainability and ethical considerations in wealth distribution. Rather than an economy driven solely by competition and accumulation, new models will emphasize cooperation, reciprocity, and long-term resilience. The rise of digital ownership, tokenized assets, and peer-to-peer value exchange suggests a future where individuals have greater autonomy in shaping their economic reality. The ethics of emergent economics. As economies shift toward decentralized and AI-driven systems, ethical considerations become paramount. Who controls the algorithms that determine value? How do we prevent the concentration of power in technological monopolies? What safeguards ensure that emergent economic structures promote fairness rather than deepening inequality? Emergent economics must integrate ethical frameworks that evolve alongside technological advancements. Transparent governance, decentralized decision-making, and open-source economic models can provide counterbalances to potential exploitation. Additionally, education systems must prepare individuals to navigate an economic landscape that is fluid and continuously changing, fostering adaptability and ethical awareness in future generations. Bridging the gap from economics to epistemology. The transformation of economics as an emergent system naturally leads us to the next critical area of exploration, epistemology. Just as economies are evolving beyond centralized control, so too is our understanding of knowledge and truth. The rigid hierarchies of information dissemination are being replaced by decentralized, participatory networks of learning, research, and collective intelligence. In the following chapter, Emergent Epistemology, we will explore how knowledge itself emerges rather than being dictated by singular authorities. We will examine the evolution of truth in the digital age, the role of artificial intelligence in shaping our understanding of reality, and the challenges of navigating an era of information abundance and misinformation. As with economic structures, knowledge is no longer confined to institutional gatekeepers, but is an evolving phenomenon shaped by collective discourse and technological expansion. The emergence of new ways of thinking about truth and knowledge mirrors the shifts occurring in global economic structures. Just as we must adapt to new economic realities, we must also refine our epistemological frameworks to understand the world in an era where knowledge is fluid, decentralized, and ever-evolving. The next chapter will take us deeper into these philosophical shifts, examining how we construct meaning in an emergent world and what it means to seek truth in a landscape where certainty is no longer absolute but constantly emerging through discourse, exploration, and adaptation. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 12. Emergent Epistemology. The Evolution of Knowledge and Truth. Knowledge has long been viewed as a static construct, something that can be discovered, cataloged, and stored as a collection of objective facts. Traditional epistemology rooted in classical philosophy, has largely focused on defining the nature of knowledge, establishing absolute truths, and formulating rigid systems of justification. However, as scientific discoveries, cultural shifts, and technological advancements have repeatedly demonstrated, knowledge is not a fixed entity but an evolving process. Understanding emerges over time through dynamic interactions between individuals, societies, and their environments. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion that truth exists as a singular, immutable entity. Instead, it posits that knowledge and truth are emergent properties that develop through discourse, inquiry, and adaptation. Rather than being dictated by external authorities or confined to rigid doctrines, knowledge arises from interconnected systems, scientific inquiry, cultural evolution, collective intelligence, and technological expansion. This chapter explores the principles of emergent epistemology, the shortcomings of traditional models of knowledge, and how emergence provides a more comprehensive framework for understanding reality. The limitations of classical epistemology. Classical epistemology has long been concerned with defining knowledge through three key criteria: justified true belief. This framework, dating back to Plato, asserts that for something to be considered knowledge, it must be believed justified with evidence and objectively true. While this model provides a useful foundation, it fails to account for the fluid and dynamic nature of how knowledge actually develops. One of the primary limitations of this model is its assumption that truth is static. In reality, what is considered true at one point in history often evolves as new discoveries are made. The notion of a geocentric universe was once regarded as an unquestionable truth until it was overturned by heliocentric models. Similarly, Newtonian physics was considered an absolute framework for understanding motion and gravity until Einstein's theories of relativity revealed deeper complexities. These examples illustrate that truth is not an endpoint, but an emergent phenomenon that refines itself over time. Another challenge to classical epistemology is the problem of knowledge justification. The belief that knowledge must be justified through fixed methodologies assumes that all truths can be verified within rigid frameworks. However, interdisciplinary discoveries and complex systems often defy traditional forms of justification, requiring adaptive and context-sensitive approaches to verification. Emergent epistemology argues that knowledge should not be reduced to rigid categories, but understood as an evolving system shaped by interaction and discovery. Knowledge as an emergent system. Emergent epistemology proposes that knowledge is not an individual possession, but a process that arises from the collective efforts of thinkers, researchers, and societies. Like an ecosystem, knowledge grows through interdependent networks where information is exchanged, challenged, and restructured. No single individual, institution, or discipline holds a monopoly on truth. Rather, it emerges from the dynamic interplay of multiple perspectives and insights. This view aligns with the concept of distributed cognition, which suggests that intelligence and knowledge do not reside solely in individuals, but are distributed across social networks, technological systems, and cultural frameworks. Wikipedia, for instance, functions as an emergent knowledge system where information is constantly updated, debated, and refined through collective input rather than dictated by a central authority. Scientific progress itself is a testament to the emergent nature of knowledge. The peer review process, iterative experimentation, and paradigm shifts in scientific thought all demonstrate that truth is not an absolute but an evolving construct. Discoveries in quantum mechanics, artificial intelligence, and neuroscience continue to challenge existing knowledge structures, revealing that even the most foundational truths are subject to change. The role of technology in the emergence of knowledge. The digital age has accelerated the emergent nature of knowledge, reshaping how information is produced, shared, and verified. The rise of artificial intelligence, big data, and algorithmic learning systems demonstrates that knowledge is no longer confined to traditional institutions, but emerges dynamically through complex computational processes. Machine learning models, for example, generate insights that were never explicitly programmed by human engineers. These models analyze vast data sets, recognize patterns, and refine their understanding through iterative processes. In this way, AI mirrors the emergent nature of human knowledge, learning not through predefined rules, but through adaptive interactions with data. Similarly, blockchain-based information verification systems have introduced new ways of ensuring the integrity of knowledge. Unlike centralized knowledge repositories, blockchain networks operate through decentralized consensus, preventing single points of failure and allowing truth to emerge through distributed verification rather than top-down control. These developments highlight how technological systems can embody the principles of emergent epistemology, challenging traditional knowledge structures and enabling more adaptive forms of truth generation. The impact of emergent epistemology on education and society. Embracing an emergent approach to knowledge has profound implications for education, governance, and decision-making. The rigid memorization-based educational models of the past are increasingly inadequate for a world where knowledge is fluid and continuously evolving. Instead of treating learning as the passive absorption of fixed truths, emergent education emphasizes adaptability, critical thinking, and dynamic inquiry. Future educational systems should be designed around the principles of collaborative learning, encouraging students to engage in discussions, debates, and interdisciplinary exploration rather than memorizing static information. Dynamic knowledge, application, shifting from standardized curricula to personalized, adaptive learning models that allow students to explore subjects based on emergent interests and discoveries. Technological integration, leveraging AI-driven tutors, real-time data analysis, and interactive simulations to create knowledge environments that evolve in response to student engagement. In the realm of governance and policy making, emergent epistemology suggests that rigid ideological frameworks should give way to adaptive decision-making processes that integrate new evidence and public discourse. Rather than relying on fixed doctrines, societies can benefit from governance structures that embrace iterative refinement, real-time feedback mechanisms, and decentralized knowledge-sharing networks. The future of knowledge in an emergent world. As we enter an era of rapid technological and scientific transformation, our understanding of knowledge must evolve accordingly. The pursuit of truth is no longer about uncovering absolute answers, but about fostering systems that allow for continuous refinement and adaptation. Theories, models, and beliefs should not be treated as static certainties, but as provisional understandings that can be reshaped by new discoveries and perspectives. Emergent epistemology provides a framework for navigating this new intellectual landscape. It calls for a shift from rigid knowledge hierarchies to fluid participatory networks where truth is co-constructed rather than dictated. It encourages intellectual humility, recognizing that all knowledge is subject to revision, and it embraces the idea that learning is an ongoing process rather than a final destination. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 12. Emergent Epistemology, the Evolution of Knowledge and Truth. The middle, knowledge as an evolving system. The fluid nature of knowledge. Traditionally, knowledge has been framed as a collection of static truths, facts that, once discovered, remain fixed in place. Classical epistemology sought to define knowledge in rigid terms, categorizing it as justified true belief. However, the reality of knowledge is far more dynamic. The history of human thought reveals that what is considered true at one point in time is often revised or overturned with new discoveries and shifting paradigms. Emergent epistemology challenges the notion that knowledge is a singular, immutable entity, and instead posits that it is an evolving phenomenon shaped by experience, discourse, and technological advancement. Theories once held as absolute, such as the belief in a geocentric universe or the Newtonian model of physics, were later replaced by more sophisticated understandings. This does not mean earlier knowledge was wrong, but rather incomplete, part of a continuous process of refinement. Just as biological evolution adapts to environmental changes, so too does knowledge evolve in response to new evidence, social shifts, and technological innovation. The interconnectedness of knowledge systems. Knowledge does not exist in isolation. It emerges from the complex interplay of various disciplines, cultures, and methodologies. Traditional epistemology often attempts to separate fields of inquiry, physics, biology, philosophy, history, as distinct domains. However, in reality, breakthroughs in one field frequently inform and reshape others. The boundaries between disciplines are permeable, and knowledge is best understood as an interconnected network rather than a set of independent truths. Consider the relationship between neuroscience and artificial intelligence. Insights from cognitive science inform AI development, while advances in AI provide new tools for understanding human cognition. Similarly, philosophical debates about ethics and consciousness shape discussions in AI development, just as discoveries in quantum physics influence philosophical questions about the nature of reality. These interactions demonstrate that knowledge is not linear, but emergent, arising from the dynamic exchange of ideas across domains. The role of collective intelligence. Another key principle of emergent epistemology is that knowledge does not reside solely in individuals, but is distributed across social and technological networks. The rise of the internet and collaborative platforms has accelerated this process, allowing knowledge to be co-constructed rather than dictated by centralized authorities. Wikipedia, open source research, and decentralized data sharing models exemplify how truth emerges through collective contribution rather than through top-down control. Scientific discovery itself operates as an emergent process. Peer review, experimental replication, and the constant questioning of established theories create a system where knowledge refines itself over time. No single scientist discovers truth in isolation. Rather, new insights emerge through collaborative inquiry and iterative verification. This decentralized, emergent process stands in contrast to rigid epistemological models that assume truth can be established once and for all. The impact of technology on knowledge formation. Technological advancements have profoundly reshaped how knowledge emerges, evolves, and spreads. The development of artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and algorithmic learning systems has created new pathways for knowledge generation that go beyond traditional human cognition. Machine learning and pattern recognition. AI-driven models now analyze vast amounts of data, identifying patterns and generating insights that were previously beyond human capacity. These systems do not rely on predefined rules, but instead learn through emergent interactions with information. This mirrors how human knowledge evolves, not through static facts, but through continual adaptation and refinement. Blockchain and decentralized knowledge verification. The emergence of blockchain technology has introduced new methods of knowledge verification. Unlike traditional systems where truth is often dictated by institutional gatekeepers, blockchain-based systems distribute verification across decentralized networks, ensuring transparency and reducing the risk of misinformation. The digital archive and infinite access. Unlike physical libraries, digital repositories allow knowledge to persist and evolve indefinitely. Online encyclopedias, research databases, and open access journals ensure that knowledge is not only preserved, but continuously updated as new discoveries emerge. The epistemological challenges of the digital age. While technology has expanded the frontiers of knowledge, it has also introduced new challenges. The abundance of information available online makes distinguishing between reliable knowledge and misinformation increasingly difficult. Algorithms designed to promote engagement often prioritize sensational content over accuracy, creating echo chambers where falsehoods can proliferate. Emergent epistemology acknowledges that truth is not absolute, but also warns against relativism, the idea that all perspectives are equally valid. While knowledge evolves, not all claims hold equal epistemic weight. Distinguishing between credible and unreliable information requires epistemic literacy, an awareness of how knowledge is constructed, verified, and challenged. In an era of deepfake videos, AI-generated content, and mass information manipulation, developing emergent strategies for knowledge validation is more critical than ever. The relationship between knowledge and power. Knowledge has always been intertwined with power. Throughout history, institutions, whether religious, political, or academic, have sought to control the flow of information, determining what is considered true and suppressing dissenting viewpoints. Emergent epistemology highlights that truth is not just about discovering facts, but also about who gets to define those facts. The democratization of knowledge through the internet has disrupted traditional hierarchies of information control. Citizen journalism, decentralized publishing platforms, and open access research have allowed for greater participation in knowledge production. However, this shift has also led to challenges in information credibility as authoritative sources compete with misinformation networks. As knowledge continues to emerge in decentralized systems, ensuring epistemic integrity becomes an essential societal task. Initiatives like fact-checking organizations, open-source research communities, and algorithmic transparency projects provide ways to navigate this complex landscape while maintaining epistemic rigor. The future of knowledge in an emergent world. As we move further into the 21st century, knowledge will continue to evolve at an accelerating pace. The rise of quantum computing, neural interface technologies, and AI-driven epistemology will challenge our traditional ways of knowing and redefine what we consider truth. To navigate this emergent landscape, societies must embrace an epistemological approach that values adaptive learning, recognizing that knowledge is provisional and that intellectual humility is essential for progress. Interdisciplinary integration, encouraging collaboration across fields to create a more holistic understanding of complex issues. Digital epistemology, developing frameworks for verifying, contextualizing, and refining knowledge in an era of rapid information expansion. Ethical considerations, ensuring that emergent knowledge is used responsibly, minimizing biases in AI systems, and maintaining human agency in epistemological frameworks. Emergent epistemology ultimately redefines how we think about truth, not as a fixed endpoint, but as a continuous, evolving process. As we transition to the next chapter, we will explore how this emergent understanding of knowledge influences human psychology, perception, and decision-making. The study of emergent cognition will build upon these principles, examining how the mind itself functions as an adaptive knowledge-generating system. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 12. Conclusion. The future of emergent epistemology. The evolution of truth in an emergent framework. Emergent epistemology challenges the long-standing notion that knowledge and truth are static, absolute entities. Instead, it presents them as evolving processes shaped by continuous discourse, technological advancements, and collective intelligence. As we have explored throughout this chapter, the traditional epistemological framework of justified true belief is insufficient to capture the fluid nature of knowledge in the modern world. Knowledge is not discovered in a vacuum, nor does it exist in a finalized form. Rather, it is co-created through the interactions of individuals, institutions, and information networks. The shift from rigid institutionalized knowledge to an emergent decentralized paradigm has profound implications for society. The scientific method, once considered the gold standard of truth-seeking, is itself an emergent process, one that continuously refines and updates its conclusions through experimentation, peer review, and adaptation. In this sense, scientific knowledge is never truly settled. It is always subject to refinement as new evidence and methodologies emerge. Similarly, the digital age has transformed knowledge into a participatory phenomenon. The democratization of information through online platforms, collaborative research, and decentralized verification systems has created new pathways for knowledge to evolve dynamically. However, this shift also introduces new epistemological challenges, including misinformation, echo chambers, and the manipulation of truth through algorithmic biases. Navigating these challenges requires an understanding that epistemic literacy and critical thinking are more important than ever in an emergent knowledge ecosystem. The role of technology in shaping future knowledge. As artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and machine learning become increasingly integral to our information systems, the emergent nature of knowledge will only accelerate. AI systems now play a crucial role in knowledge generation, pattern recognition, and predictive modeling. These technologies enable insights that were previously beyond human cognitive capacity, reinforcing the idea that knowledge is an iterative, evolving phenomenon rather than a fixed set of truths. However, the rise of AI-driven knowledge production also raises pressing ethical and epistemological concerns. Who controls the algorithms that determine what information is most visible? How do we ensure that AI-generated knowledge remains aligned with human values and critical inquiry? How do we distinguish between knowledge that emerges organically through human discourse and knowledge that is artificially curated by non-transparent algorithms? Addressing these concerns requires a commitment to transparency, accountability, and interdisciplinary collaboration between technologists, philosophers, and policymakers. Decentralized knowledge verification systems, such as blockchain-based transparency mechanisms, offer potential solutions to these challenges. By distributing the process of verification across networks rather than central authorities, these technologies could create a more resilient epistemological framework that resists manipulation and fosters emergent truth-seeking processes. The ethical responsibility of emergent epistemology. With great knowledge comes great responsibility. In an emergent epistemological framework, where truth is not dictated from above, but constructed through collective interaction, ethical considerations become paramount. The accessibility of knowledge, the inclusivity of discourse, and the accountability of those who generate and disseminate information all play critical roles in shaping a just and informed society. Educational systems must evolve to equip individuals with the tools necessary to engage with knowledge in an emergent manner. Instead of focusing on rote memorization of static facts, education should emphasize critical thinking, the ability to evaluate and synthesize information from multiple sources, identifying biases, and contextualizing knowledge. Adaptive learning. Recognizing that knowledge is provisional and subject to refinement as new evidence emerges. Collaborative inquiry. Engaging in discussions, debates, and collective problem solving to refine understanding through shared intellectual effort. Technological literacy. Understanding how AI, big data, and digital platforms shape the knowledge landscape and developing skills to navigate these systems responsibly. By fostering an emergent approach to knowledge in education, governance, and scientific inquiry, we can create a society that is better equipped to adapt to complexity and uncertainty. The unfinished nature of knowledge. Emergent epistemology teaches us that knowledge is never truly complete. It is always in flux, continuously evolving in response to new discoveries, perspectives, and societal transformations. This challenges the human tendency to seek absolute certainty and fixed truths. Instead of fearing uncertainty, we must learn to embrace it as an inherent feature of intellectual progress. The pursuit of truth is not about reaching a final destination, but about cultivating an ongoing process of learning, questioning, and refining our understanding of reality. This perspective fosters intellectual humility, the recognition that no single individual or institution has a monopoly on truth, and that meaningful knowledge emerges through the open exchange of ideas across disciplines, cultures, and generations. Looking ahead, the evolution of ethics in an emergent world. As we transition from the realm of knowledge to the domain of ethics, the principles of emergent epistemology lay the foundation for understanding morality in a new light. Just as knowledge is not static, but emerges through interaction, ethical values are not rigid commandments, but adaptive constructs that evolve over time. In the next chapter, Emergent Ethics, the Evolution of Morality and Values, we will explore how ethical frameworks develop in response to cultural, technological, and societal changes. Traditional moral systems often assume fixed principles of right and wrong, yet history has shown that ethical values shift in response to new challenges and perspectives, from human rights to bioethics, from environmental responsibility to AI-driven moral dilemmas. The emergent nature of ethics reveals that morality is not dictated by absolute doctrines, but shaped by evolving human experience. By applying an emergent perspective to ethics, we can move beyond rigid moral dogmas and toward a more dynamic, context-sensitive understanding of justice, responsibility, and human dignity. Ethics, like knowledge, is an evolving process, one that requires continuous reflection, dialogue, and adaptation to meet the needs of an ever-changing world. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 13. Emergent Ethics. The Evolution of Morality and Values. Ethics has long been approached as a system of fixed principles, often rooted in religious, cultural, or philosophical doctrines that dictate right and wrong. Traditional ethical frameworks, such as deontological ethics, which emphasizes duty and rules, or utilitarianism, which focuses on maximizing happiness, assume that morality can be determined through predefined laws or objective calculations. However, reality has shown that ethical values are neither static nor universal. They evolve over time, adapting to cultural shifts, technological advancements, and societal needs. Emergent philosophy challenges the idea of morality as a rigid, absolute structure, instead proposing that ethical principles arise dynamically through interactions between individuals, communities, and institutions. Ethics, in this view, is not a fixed set of rules, but an emergent process, one that evolves as human societies navigate new challenges, integrate new knowledge, and refine their understanding of justice, fairness, and human dignity. The limitations of absolute moral systems. Classical ethical theories have provided essential frameworks for moral reasoning, yet they often struggle to account for the complexities of real-world decision-making. Fixed moral codes assume that ethical truths are universal and unchanging, but history reveals that moral values shift in response to new social realities. For example, slavery was once widely accepted across various civilizations, justified by legal, religious, and economic arguments. Over time, moral perspectives evolved, and slavery became almost universally condemned. Similarly, issues like gender equality, LGBTQ plus rights, and animal welfare have undergone significant moral transformations, demonstrating that what is considered right or wrong is not dictated by static principles but emerges from changing societal conditions. A key problem with absolute moral frameworks is their inability to accommodate ethical dilemmas where rigid rules fail. Consider the classic trolley problem. Should one person be sacrificed to save five? A strict deontological approach would forbid any act of killing, while a utilitarian approach would justify sacrificing one for the greater good. Neither framework fully accounts for the nuances of real-world decision-making, where context, relationships, and unforeseen consequences play critical roles. Emergent ethics suggests that morality should not be reduced to formulaic principles, but understood as an evolving process that adapts to different situations. Morality as an emergent system. Emergent ethics proposes that morality is not dictated from above, but arises naturally from human interactions, cultural evolution, and collective problem solving. Just as language evolves through social communication rather than being imposed by a single authority, ethical norms develop through shared experiences, societal discourse, and lived consequences. One way to understand morality as an emergent phenomenon is through game theory and cooperative dynamics. Studies in evolutionary psychology suggest that moral behaviors such as fairness, reciprocity, and altruism emerge naturally in human societies because they promote group cohesion and survival. Ethical norms are not necessarily dictated by divine commandments or philosophical doctrines, but arise because they are beneficial for cooperation and social stability. Similarly, legal systems function as emergent ethical frameworks. Laws are not static moral truths, but are shaped by social values, economic conditions, and political structures. Legal precedents, court rulings, and public discourse contribute to an ongoing refinement of justice, showing that morality is continuously negotiated and adapted rather than permanently defined. Technological and societal shifts in moral evolution. One of the strongest arguments for an emergent approach to ethics is the rapid evolution of moral concerns in response to technological advancements. The rise of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and digital surveillance has introduced ethical questions that did not exist in previous eras. Traditional moral frameworks often struggled to address these challenges because they were developed in vastly different social and technological contexts. For instance, AI decision-making raises questions about accountability, fairness, and bias. Should an autonomous car prioritize the life of its passenger or pedestrians in a collision? Who is responsible for an AI system that makes discriminatory hiring decisions? These are ethical dilemmas that cannot be resolved by past moral doctrines, but require new emergent frameworks that integrate diverse perspectives and real-time adaptation. Similarly, advances in biotechnology, such as CRISPR gene editing, raise complex ethical issues about human enhancement, genetic modification, and the definition of personhood, Should parents be allowed to edit their children's genes to prevent diseases? What are the moral implications of designing human intelligence or physical attributes? These ethical questions illustrate how morality must emerge dynamically through societal discourse, scientific understanding, and philosophical exploration, rather than relying on rigid moral codes from the past. The role of culture and collective intelligence in ethical emergence. Ethical systems do not develop in isolation. They are shaped by cultural narratives, historical contexts, and collective decision-making. Different societies have evolved distinct moral frameworks based on their environments, religious traditions, and social structures. While some ethical principles, such as prohibitions against murder or theft, are nearly universal, their interpretations and applications vary widely across cultures. In an emergent ethical system, cultural diversity is not an obstacle but a strength. Different perspectives contribute to the refinement and evolution of moral reasoning, allowing societies to adapt and integrate new ethical insights. Just as biological evolution thrives on genetic diversity, moral evolution benefits from the exchange and synthesis of diverse viewpoints. The internet and global connectivity have accelerated this process, enabling cross-cultural ethical discussions on an unprecedented scale. Social media activism, international human rights movements, and digital discourse have created new platforms for ethical negotiation, allowing moral ideas to spread, evolve, and gain consensus more rapidly than ever before. The future of ethics in an emergent world. As societies continue to evolve, the need for flexible and adaptive ethical frameworks becomes increasingly apparent. Rather than clinging to outdated moral absolutes, emergent ethics encourages continuous moral reflection and refinement based on experience, empirical evidence, and societal discourse. Future ethical systems should be contextual, recognizing that morality is not one size fits all, but must be adapted to specific circumstances and cultural contexts. Iterative, allowing for ethical principles to be tested, refined, and improved over time. Participatory, encouraging collective engagement and discussion to ensure that moral frameworks reflect diverse perspectives and lived experiences, all integrated with technology, developing ethical guidelines that evolve alongside advancements in AI, biotechnology, and digital governance. Emergent ethics offers a framework for understanding morality not as a rigid doctrine, but as a living system, one that grows, adapts, and refines itself through the interactions and experiences of individuals and societies. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 13. Emergent Ethics, the Evolution of Morality and Values. The middle, ethics as an evolving system. The limitations of traditional moral frameworks. For centuries, moral systems have been constructed as rigid, immutable frameworks, often rooted in religious doctrine, legal precedent, or philosophical schools of thought. Deontological ethics, for example, assumes that moral duties and obligations are universally binding, while utilitarianism posits that morality can be reduced to maximizing happiness or minimizing suffering. Though these frameworks provide valuable tools for ethical reasoning, they struggle to accommodate the complexity and fluidity of human moral behavior. Emergent ethics challenges the idea that morality is dictated by a predetermined set of rules. Instead, it asserts that moral values develop over time, shaped by social interactions, technological advancements, and cultural shifts. History has repeatedly shown that what is deemed morally acceptable in one era may be rejected in another. Slavery, once widely practiced, is now condemned worldwide. Women's rights, LGBTQ plus acceptance, and environmental ethics have all undergone significant transformations, reflecting the evolving moral landscape of human civilization. This progression indicates that ethics is not static, but an adaptive system that refines itself through continuous discourse and societal feedback. The role of social and cultural evolution in ethics. Moral values do not emerge in isolation. They arise from the collective behavior and experiences of human societies. Just as languages evolve through usage and cultural exchange, ethical principles emerge from the interactions and negotiations of individuals and communities. Moral norms are often responses to prevailing social conditions, economic structures, and technological developments. For instance, the rise of industrialization and capitalism reshaped moral attitudes toward labor rights, leading to ethical concerns about exploitation, fair wages, and workplace safety. Similarly, the digital age has introduced entirely new ethical dilemmas concerning privacy, data ownership, and artificial intelligence. These examples demonstrate that ethical frameworks must be flexible and adaptive, accommodating new challenges that did not exist in previous eras. The study of cultural relativism further supports the emergent nature of ethics. Across different societies, moral values vary based on historical traditions, environmental factors, and religious influences. What is considered morally righteous in one culture may be viewed as unacceptable in another, while some ethical principles, such as prohibitions against murder or theft, appear nearly universal. Their specific applications and justifications differ significantly. Emergent ethics does not imply moral relativism where all viewpoints are equally valid, but rather suggests that ethical standards evolve contextually, refining themselves over time through discourse and cross-cultural exchange. Ethics in the age of artificial intelligence and biotechnology. One of the most pressing challenges for contemporary ethics is the rise of artificial intelligence, AI, and biotechnology. Traditional moral frameworks were designed to address human behavior, but emergent ethical considerations now extend to non-human intelligence, genetic engineering, and human-machine integration, AI, and moral decision-making. As AI systems take on increasingly complex roles, ranging from autonomous vehicles to algorithmic sentencing in criminal justice, questions arise about moral accountability. Can a machine be held morally responsible for its decisions? Should AI be programmed with ethical constraints, and if so, whose values should guide them? Emergent ethics suggests that these moral questions must be answered through ongoing interdisciplinary dialogue rather than imposed by a singular ethical doctrine. genetic engineering, and human enhancement. Advances in CRISPR gene editing allow for unprecedented control over biological traits, raising ethical concerns about designer babies, genetic inequality, and the definition of natural humanity. If genetic modification can prevent diseases, should it be mandated? If enhancements can increase intelligence or lifespan, should they be accessible to all or only the wealthy? These ethical dilemmas require adaptive, emergent solutions that integrate scientific knowledge, philosophical reasoning, and public consensus. Digital consciousness and personhood. The development of AI systems that simulate human cognition challenges traditional notions of identity and moral worth. If an AI can pass the Turing test or express emotions, does it deserve moral consideration? Emergent ethics suggests that moral status should not be determined by rigid categories, but should evolve based on our understanding of consciousness, agency, and relational interactions. The emergence of environmental and global ethics. As human civilization progresses, ethical considerations extend beyond individual and societal concerns to planetary and global issues. The emergent nature of ethics is evident in the growing emphasis on environmental responsibility, sustainability, and intergenerational justice. Climate ethics and responsibility. The ethical implications of climate change highlight the limitations of traditional moral thinking. The consequences of carbon emissions, deforestation, and pollution extend far beyond the present generation, affecting future societies and non-human life. Emergent ethics recognizes that moral responsibility must adapt to address long-term systemic challenges rather than focusing solely on immediate human concerns. Animal rights and bioethics. Advances in neuroscience and ethology suggest that many non-human animals possess complex emotions, problem-solving abilities, and social structures. This challenges human-centric ethical models and requires an emergent approach to moral consideration, acknowledging that ethical responsibility extends beyond human communities. Global justice and moral inclusion. The interconnectedness of modern societies necessitates an emergent ethical approach to international relations, migration, and economic inequality. Issues such as wealth disparity, refugee crises, and human trafficking require moral frameworks that transcend national boundaries, fostering global cooperation and ethical responsibility on an international scale. The self-organizing nature of ethical progress. Ethics, much like language and knowledge, emerges through a process of self-organization. It is not imposed by divine decree or abstract philosophical constructs, but develops through ongoing societal negotiation and adaptation. Historical movements such as the abolition of slavery, the civil rights movement, and gender equality illustrate how moral progress emerges from collective action, debate, and systemic change. From an emergent ethics perspective, moral progress is driven by dialogue and discourse. Ethical principles refine themselves through debate, discussion, and the exchange of diverse perspectives. Technological and scientific advancements. As humanity gains new insights into the world, our moral frameworks must adjust accordingly. Cultural integration and exchange. Exposure to different moral traditions fosters the evolution of more inclusive and adaptable ethical systems. Social experimentation and policy. Societal shifts, legal reforms, and policy innovations create feedback loops that refine moral reasoning over time. Emergent ethics does not provide absolute answers, but offers a framework for continuously refining moral thought. Instead of treating morality as a set of commandments, it views ethical principles as evolving constructs that respond to the ever-changing realities of human civilization. The future of ethics in an emergent world. As societies move further into the 21st century, ethical considerations will continue to evolve in response to global challenges, technological disruptions, and cultural transformations. The traditional idea of morality as a fixed system is no longer sufficient to address the complexities of modern life. Emergent ethics calls for a shift from rigid dogmas to dynamic, context-sensitive moral reasoning. It encourages societies to remain open to moral revision. Ethical truths should not be treated as immutable laws, but as adaptable guidelines. Encourage participatory ethics. Moral decision-making should involve diverse voices, allowing for democratic and inclusive ethical evolution. Integrate multidisciplinary perspectives. Ethics should not exist in isolation, but should incorporate insights from science, sociology, philosophy, and technology. By embracing an emergent approach to morality, humanity can navigate the ethical challenges of the future with adaptability, wisdom, and a commitment to continuous improvement. Ethics is not a destination. It is a journey that unfolds through human interaction, discovery, and collective progress. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 13. Conclusion. The ongoing evolution of morality. The dynamic nature of ethical progress. Emergent ethics challenges the long-held belief that morality is a fixed system of universal laws. Instead, it presents ethics as a continuously evolving framework shaped by societal changes, technological advancements, and cultural discourse. As history has demonstrated, ethical norms are not static. They emerge, adapt, and refine themselves over time in response to new challenges and understandings. The traditional moral frameworks of deontology, utilitarianism, and virtue ethics have provided valuable tools for ethical reasoning, but they often fail to capture the complexity of moral decision-making in an ever-changing world. Fixed moral codes assume timeless truths, yet real-world ethical dilemmas frequently demand flexibility, context awareness, and adaptive reasoning. From the abolition of slavery to the advancement of human rights, the moral landscape of civilization has been one of continuous refinement rather than rigid adherence to immutable principles. In the modern world, ethical challenges arise at an unprecedented pace, driven by technological innovation, globalization, and shifting social dynamics. Artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and environmental responsibility have introduced new moral considerations that previous generations could not have imagined. As societies confront these emerging dilemmas, the necessity for an adaptive and emergent approach to ethics becomes clear. The role of collective intelligence in ethical development. Ethical progress does not occur in isolation. It emerges from collective intelligence. Throughout history, moral advancements have been the result of public discourse, philosophical debate, and interdisciplinary collaboration. Social movements, scientific discoveries, and cultural exchanges all contribute to shaping ethical norms in ways that no single individual or institution could predetermine. The internet and digital communication have accelerated this process, enabling moral conversations on a global scale. The rapid dissemination of ideas allows for diverse perspectives to be integrated into ethical reasoning, promoting a more comprehensive and inclusive understanding of morality. As a result, contemporary ethical debates incorporate insights from neuroscience, sociology, technology, and philosophy, demonstrating that morality is not dictated by any single authority, but emerges from the interconnectedness of human thought and experience. This collaborative and participatory nature of ethical development aligns with the principles of emergent ethics. By embracing moral discourse as an ongoing process rather than a finalized doctrine, societies can cultivate a more adaptive and inclusive ethical framework, one that responds to contemporary challenges while maintaining room for future growth. Ethical responsibility in an emergent world. With the recognition that ethics is an emergent phenomenon comes a profound responsibility. Individuals, institutions, and societies must actively engage in the continuous refinement of moral principles. Ethical stagnation, relying on outdated frameworks without reassessment, can lead to injustice, oppression, and societal decay. Instead, ethical engagement requires open dialogue, encouraging ongoing moral discussions that consider diverse perspectives and lived experiences. Scientific integration, applying empirical research to inform ethical decision-making, particularly in fields like medicine, technology, and environmental policy. Cultural sensitivity, recognizing that moral values evolve in response to societal needs and ensuring ethical frameworks remain inclusive and equitable. Iterative adjustment, accepting that ethical norms are provisional and must be refined as new information and contexts emerge. As humanity advances, the role of ethics will become increasingly complex. The future will bring moral dilemmas surrounding digital consciousness, genetic modification, and planetary stewardship, challenges that require an adaptive and emergent approach to morality rather than reliance on rigid ethical doctrines. Looking ahead, the evolution of spirituality in an emergent framework. As we transition from ethical evolution to the realm of spirituality, the principles of emergent philosophy provide a bridge between moral reasoning and existential inquiry. Just as ethics evolves through human interaction and cultural adaptation, spirituality too is an emergent phenomenon, one that arises from humanity's quest for meaning, transcendence, and interconnectedness. In the next chapter, Emergent Spirituality, the Evolution of Meaning and Belief Systems, we will explore how religious and spiritual frameworks have transformed over time, shaped by human understanding, scientific discoveries, and cultural evolution. Traditional belief systems have long been viewed as static, yet history shows that spirituality is continuously adapting to new paradigms, technologies, and philosophical inquiries. From the rise of secular spirituality to the integration of science and existential thought, spirituality is not a fixed truth, but an evolving construct shaped by the interplay of knowledge, culture, and personal experience. Emergent spirituality offers a perspective that is not bound by dogma, but is instead fluid, inclusive, and adaptive, mirroring the emergent nature of reality itself. By embracing this perspective, we move beyond rigid religious doctrines and into a dynamic exploration of meaning, where belief systems evolve in harmony with humanity's ever-expanding understanding of the cosmos and existence itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 14. Emergent Spirituality. The Evolution of Meaning and Belief Systems. Spirituality and religion have long been considered foundational aspects of human experience, offering meaning, purpose, and guidance throughout history. Traditional perspectives on spirituality often assume that belief systems originate from divine revelation, sacred texts, or absolute moral truths that remain unchanged over time. However, from an emergent perspective, spirituality is not a fixed entity, but a continuously evolving phenomenon shaped by human interactions, cultural shifts, and philosophical advancements. Emergent philosophy challenges the idea that spiritual beliefs exist in isolation, or that they are static doctrines handed down through generations. Instead, it proposes that spirituality is an adaptive system, one that arises naturally from human curiosity, existential reflection, and the interconnectedness of communities. Religious traditions, mystical experiences, and personal spiritual insights are not predetermined truths, but emergent properties that evolve alongside humanity's understanding of the universe. The evolution of spiritual beliefs. Throughout history, spiritual and religious beliefs have undergone profound transformations. Early human societies practiced animism, seeing spirits and divine forces in nature. As civilizations grew, polytheistic traditions emerged, organizing deities into pantheons that reflected societal structures. Eventually, monotheistic religions rose to prominence, emphasizing a singular divine authority. In the modern era, many individuals have embraced secular spirituality, exploring mindfulness, meditation, and existential philosophy as alternative paths to meaning. This progression demonstrates that spiritual beliefs are not static, but evolve based on cultural, philosophical, and scientific developments. The transition from animism to organized religion, and from dogmatic faith to personalized spirituality, illustrates how human understanding of the divine is an emergent phenomenon, one that continuously adapts as new ideas, technologies, and ethical considerations shape the way people think about existence. Religious texts and traditions, often regarded as immutable, also evolve over time. The interpretations of sacred scriptures shift based on historical context, societal values, and philosophical debates. Different sects, denominations, and spiritual movements emerge, each contributing to an ongoing dialogue about faith, morality, and human purpose. This dynamic process highlights that spirituality is not a singular truth, but a constantly unfolding narrative shaped by collective human experience. Spiritual experience as an emergent phenomenon. Mystical and religious experiences, moments of transcendence, connection, and enlightenment, are often seen as profound encounters with higher realities. From an emergent perspective, these experiences arise not from an external divine force, but from the complexity of human cognition, emotions, and social influences. Neuroscientific research suggests that spiritual states, such as deep meditation, prayer, or psychedelic-induced mystical experiences, correlate with specific brain activity patterns, demonstrating that spirituality emerges from within human consciousness rather than being imposed from an external source. Studies on near-death experiences, altered states of consciousness, and the effects of spiritual practices reveal that profound experiences of unity, love, and interconnectedness arise through complex neurobiological interactions. These findings suggest that spirituality is not a supernatural phenomenon, but an emergent property of the human mind, one that allows individuals to construct meaning, process existential uncertainty, and foster a sense of belonging. Similarly, rituals and religious practices emerge as collective expressions of shared beliefs, reinforcing group identity and social cohesion. Whether through communal worship, fasting, or sacred ceremonies, these practices create a shared sense of purpose and belonging, demonstrating that spirituality is not an isolated belief, but a social phenomenon that arises from human interactions. The role of science and philosophy in the evolution of spirituality. As scientific discoveries continue to reshape our understanding of reality, spiritual perspectives evolve alongside them. The Copernican revolution displaced the geocentric model of the universe, challenging theological worldviews. Darwin's theory of evolution reframed humanity's place in the natural world, leading to new theological interpretations. Quantum mechanics and modern physics have introduced concepts of interconnectedness and uncertainty, inspiring new philosophical discussions about the nature of reality and consciousness. Rather than seeing science and spirituality as opposing forces, emergent philosophy suggests that they are interwoven. Science provides the tools to understand the mechanics of the universe, while spirituality offers a framework for interpreting meaning and personal experience. The dialogue between the two leads to emergent spiritual perspectives that incorporate scientific insights while maintaining a sense of wonder and transcendence. The emergence of secular spirituality exemplifies this synthesis. Many individuals who reject organized religions still seek practices that cultivate mindfulness, gratitude, and interconnectedness. The rise of meditation, nature-based spirituality, and philosophical existentialism demonstrates that spiritual experiences are not confined to religious traditions, but emerge from the human need to explore meaning in an ever-changing world. The future of spirituality in an emergent world. As humanity moves into an era of rapid technological and social transformation, spirituality will continue to evolve. The digital age has already reshaped spiritual practices, virtual religious communities, AI-driven theology, and digital rituals illustrate how belief systems adapt to new technologies. Future advancements in artificial intelligence, neuroscience, and space exploration may further redefine spiritual perspectives, raising new questions about consciousness, post-human existence, and the nature of reality. Emergent spirituality suggests that the spiritual beliefs of the future will not be dictated by traditional religious institutions, but will emerge from a global exchange of ideas, philosophies, and personal experiences. Rather than adhering to rigid doctrines, individuals and communities will craft their own evolving spiritual frameworks, integrating wisdom from multiple traditions, scientific discoveries, and philosophical insights. The key principles of an emergent spiritual perspective include flexibility, recognizing that spiritual beliefs are dynamic and should evolve in response to new insights and experiences. Interconnectivity, emphasizing the relational nature of spirituality, where meaning emerges through relationships with others, nature, and the cosmos. Personal exploration, encouraging individuals to seek meaning through personal reflection, experience, and critical inquiry rather than passive acceptance of doctrine. Integration with science, acknowledging that spiritual insights should be informed by scientific understanding and rational thought while maintaining space for wonder and existential reflection. As humanity continues to explore new frontiers in consciousness, technology, and philosophy, emergent spirituality offers a framework for understanding belief systems not as fixed truths, but as evolving, adaptive responses to the mysteries of existence. It encourages an approach to spirituality that is open-ended, collaborative, and continuously unfolding, a perspective that aligns with the fundamental principles of emergent philosophy itself. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 14. Emergent Spirituality. The Evolution of Meaning and Belief Systems. The middle. Spirituality as an adaptive and evolving system. The changing landscape of spirituality. Spirituality, once perceived as a fixed doctrine dictated by religious authorities, has increasingly become a fluid and adaptive construct shaped by personal experiences, cultural transformations, and scientific discoveries. The 21st century has seen a rise in secular spirituality, the blending of religious traditions, and a growing focus on personal meaning-making. This shift demonstrates that spirituality is not a static belief system, but an emergent phenomenon that continuously evolves in response to human needs and advancements in knowledge. Historically, spiritual frameworks have provided structure to human existence, offering explanations for the unknown, moral guidance, and a sense of purpose. However, as societies evolve, so too do their spiritual interpretations. The rigid religious doctrines of the past are gradually giving way to more flexible, experiential approaches to spirituality that emphasize personal exploration, interconnectedness, and adaptability. This transition marks a significant move from dogmatic belief systems to emergent spirituality, a dynamic, evolving process shaped by the continuous interactions between individuals, cultures, and knowledge systems. The evolution of religious and mystical traditions. The history of religious and spiritual thought reveals an ongoing pattern of transformation. Animistic traditions gave way to organized polytheistic religions, which later evolved into monotheistic faiths. Each stage of this progression reflected changing societal structures, technological advancements, and new philosophical understandings. Animism and early spirituality. Early human societies practiced animism, attributing spiritual essence to natural elements such as rivers, mountains, and animals. This belief system emerged from the need to explain natural phenomena and establish a sense of harmony with the environment. Polytheistic and mythological systems. As civilizations developed, polytheistic traditions formed, incorporating deities that represented various aspects of nature, life, and morality. These spiritual frameworks helped structure early societies by providing a shared understanding of cosmic order and human purpose. Monotheism and institutional religion. The emergence of monotheism introduced a singular divine authority, centralizing religious practices and codifying moral laws. This shift reflected the increasing complexity of human societies and the need for more organized spiritual governance. Secular and experiential spirituality. In modern times, many individuals have moved away from institutional religion, seeking meaning through personal spiritual experiences, scientific exploration, and philosophical reflection. The rise of mindfulness, meditation, and existential inquiry illustrates a new phase of spiritual evolution, one that prioritizes individual understanding over dogmatic adherence. This historical progression underscores the emergent nature of spirituality. Religious and mystical traditions have never remained static. They have continuously adapted to new cultural, philosophical, and scientific paradigms. This adaptability suggests that spirituality is not a fixed truth, but an evolving phenomenon that reflects humanity's ever-changing relationship with existence. The role of science in emergent spirituality. The interplay between science and spirituality has historically been framed as a conflict, with scientific discoveries often challenging religious beliefs. However, from an emergent perspective, science and spirituality are not opposing forces, but complementary domains that evolve together. Scientific advancements reshape our understanding of reality, prompting new spiritual interpretations and philosophical inquiries. Quantum mechanics and interconnectivity. The discovery that particles can exist in superposition and be entangled across vast distances has led many to reconsider the nature of reality, consciousness, and interconnectedness. Some interpretations suggest that these findings align with ancient spiritual concepts of unity and oneness, demonstrating how science can inspire new spiritual frameworks. Neuroscience and mystical experiences. Studies on meditation, prayer, and altered states of consciousness reveal that spiritual experiences correlate with specific brain activity patterns. Rather than diminishing spirituality, these findings highlight that transcendence and mystical states are emergent properties of human cognition, offering new ways to explore and understand spiritual phenomena. Astrobiology and cosmic spirituality. The search for extraterrestrial life and the exploration of the cosmos challenge traditional religious narratives while expanding the scope of spiritual inquiry. If life exists beyond Earth, what does that mean for our understanding of divinity, purpose, and cosmic interconnectedness? These questions push spirituality into new frontiers, demonstrating its capacity to evolve alongside scientific progress. Emergent spirituality recognizes that science does not destroy meaning, it transforms it. As humanity gains deeper insights into the nature of existence, spiritual perspectives must adapt, integrating new knowledge while maintaining a sense of wonder, purpose, and transcendence. The personalization of spiritual practices. Unlike institutionalized religions that dictate fixed doctrines, emergent spirituality places greater emphasis on individual exploration and experience. Many contemporary spiritual seekers do not subscribe to a single religious tradition, but instead draw insights from multiple sources, integrating elements of philosophy, psychology, and science into their personal belief systems. Mindfulness and meditation. Rooted in Buddhist traditions but widely adopted in secular contexts, mindfulness and meditation have become central practices in emergent spirituality. These techniques promote self-awareness, emotional regulation, and a deepened sense of presence, demonstrating that spiritual fulfillment does not require adherence to religious dogma. Nature-based spirituality. Many individuals find spiritual connection through nature, viewing ecosystems, planetary systems, and the cosmos as sources of meaning. This perspective aligns with scientific understandings of interdependence and evolution, reinforcing the idea that spirituality can emerge through deep engagement with the natural world. Existential and philosophical spirituality. Some approach spirituality through existential inquiry, seeking meaning through personal reflection, literature, and philosophy. Thinkers such as Nietzsche, Camus, and Sartre explored the nature of purpose and human existence, contributing to spiritual perspectives that emphasize personal agency and self-defined meaning. These diverse approaches highlight the adaptive nature of emergent spirituality. Rather than being confined to fixed doctrines, spiritual practices evolve based on individual needs, cultural shifts, and intellectual advancements, allowing for a more inclusive and flexible understanding of meaning and transcendence. The future of spirituality in an emergent world. As humanity moves into an era of rapid technological and social transformation, spirituality will continue to evolve. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and brain-computer interfaces may introduce entirely new dimensions to spiritual exploration. Digital communities, AI-generated theological inquiries, and immersive virtual rituals suggest that spirituality is not bound by tradition, but will continuously adapt to new mediums and understandings. The principles of emergent spirituality suggest that the spiritual frameworks of the future will be interdisciplinary, integrating insights from science, philosophy, and psychology to create a holistic understanding of meaning and transcendence. Adaptive, continuously evolving in response to new discoveries, cultural transformations, and technological advancements. Experiential, prioritizing personal exploration and direct experience over dogmatic belief systems. Decentralized, moving away from institutional authority toward individualized and community-driven spiritual practices. As we explore the future of spirituality, it becomes clear that meaning is not a fixed truth waiting to be discovered, but an emergent property of human thought, experience, and interaction. Just as the universe itself evolves through complex systems and interdependencies, so too does spirituality arise as an ever-unfolding phenomenon, one that continuously adapts to the mysteries of existence. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 14. Conclusion. The future of emergent spirituality. The adaptive and evolving nature of spirituality. Spirituality has never been static, nor has it existed in isolation from cultural, scientific, and philosophical advancements. From its earliest roots in animism and polytheism to the rise of monotheistic religions and contemporary secular spirituality, human engagement with the transcendent has always been an emergent process. As knowledge expands and societies evolve, so too does the understanding of meaning, purpose, and interconnectedness. Emergent spirituality represents a profound shift in the way humanity approaches the search for meaning, not as a fixed truth handed down from the past, but as a living adaptive system that evolves in response to human inquiry, technological progress, and existential exploration. One of the most compelling aspects of emergent spirituality is its ability to integrate diverse perspectives while remaining open to continuous transformation. Unlike rigid dogmatic systems that claim to possess eternal truths, emergent spirituality thrives on interaction, dialogue, and reinterpretation. It acknowledges that spiritual understanding is not an endpoint, but a journey, one that unfolds over time as individuals, communities, and civilizations seek greater insight into their place in the universe. The role of science in shaping spiritual evolution. Scientific discoveries have always played a pivotal role in shaping spiritual beliefs, and this dynamic interplay will only continue to deepen in the future. As new findings in physics, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence expand our understanding of reality, traditional spiritual frameworks must adapt to accommodate these insights. Quantum mechanics has challenged deterministic views of the universe, revealing a world of probabilities, interconnectedness, and uncertainty, concepts that resonate deeply with mystical traditions. Neuroscientific studies on meditation and altered states of consciousness suggest that spiritual experiences are not supernatural phenomena, but emergent properties of the brain's complex neural networks. Emergent spirituality embraces this dialogue between science and spirituality, recognizing that both domains seek to uncover truth in different yet complementary ways. As artificial intelligence and brain-computer interfaces continue to develop, new questions will arise about consciousness, free will, and the nature of self-awareness. Future spiritual paradigms will likely incorporate these insights, offering novel interpretations of existence that transcend traditional religious boundaries. The personalization and decentralization of spirituality. The modern world has seen a departure from centralized religious institutions toward more individualized spiritual practices. This trend reflects the broader emergent nature of spirituality, where meaning is increasingly self-directed rather than dictated by external authorities. The rise of mindfulness, meditation, and nature-based spirituality demonstrates that people are seeking direct experiences of transcendence rather than relying solely on inherited doctrines. This shift suggests that future spiritual movements will be less about rigid belief systems and more about personal exploration, adaptability, and integration of diverse philosophical traditions. Decentralization does not mean fragmentation, however. It signifies a transformation in the way spirituality functions, moving from hierarchical structures to networks of shared knowledge and experience. The internet and digital communities have already played a significant role in this evolution, allowing people to engage with spiritual teachings from across cultures, experiment with different practices, and participate in global conversations about meaning and purpose. As artificial intelligence and immersive digital experiences continue to evolve, spirituality will further integrate with these technologies, providing new avenues for self-discovery and existential exploration. The ethical imperative of emergent spirituality. As spiritual understanding continues to evolve, so too must ethical considerations surrounding its application. With increasing scientific advancements, particularly in AI, genetic engineering, and consciousness studies, humanity faces unprecedented moral questions. What does it mean to be human in an age of artificial intelligence? How should societies navigate ethical dilemmas that arise from biotechnology and digital immortality? Traditional moral frameworks, often rooted in religious traditions, may struggle to address these emerging challenges. Thus, ethical systems must evolve alongside spiritual and scientific progress. Emergent spirituality offers a pathway for ethical adaptation, encouraging societies to develop flexible, dynamic moral frameworks that integrate new knowledge and collective wisdom. By grounding ethical considerations in ongoing discourse rather than rigid commandments, humanity can cultivate a moral landscape that is responsive to change and capable of addressing the complexities of an interconnected world. The future of spirituality in an emergent world. Looking forward, the trajectory of spiritual evolution suggests a continued expansion of understanding, inclusivity, and interdisciplinary exploration. Future spiritual frameworks will likely incorporate elements of philosophy, science, psychology, and technology, creating holistic approaches to meaning-making that transcend traditional religious categories. The boundaries between spirituality, ethics, and knowledge will become increasingly fluid, allowing for a more integrated approach to human existential inquiry. Emergent spirituality envisions a world where meaning is not imposed from external authorities, but co-created through dialogue, exploration, and adaptation. It challenges humanity to embrace uncertainty, to remain open to new perspectives, and to recognize that the search for meaning is an ongoing process rather than a final destination. By fostering this adaptive approach, humanity can cultivate a spirituality that is not only relevant to the modern world, but also equipped to evolve alongside it. The next chapter, Emergent Technology, the co-evolution of humanity and innovation. As humanity continues its search for meaning, it simultaneously accelerates its technological progress. The next chapter explores the emergent nature of technological innovation, demonstrating that technology is not merely an external tool wielded by humanity, but an evolving system that co-develops alongside human intelligence, ethics, and social structures. Emergent technology challenges the traditional view that technological progress is a linear, controlled process. Instead, it reveals how innovation arises unpredictably, shaped by cultural shifts, economic pressures, and scientific breakthroughs. From artificial intelligence and neural interfaces to decentralized systems and post-labor economies, the future of technology is deeply intertwined with the future of human evolution. Just as spirituality emerges through complex interactions of knowledge and experience, so too does technology evolve in ways that transcend singular human intent. As we delve into emergent technology, we will examine how humanity and its technological creations are shaping one another in an ever-accelerating feedback loop. We will explore the ethical, societal, and philosophical implications of this coevolution and consider what it means for the future of human identity, agency, and purpose in an emergent world. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 15. Emergent Technology. The Coevolution of Humanity and Innovation. Technology is often perceived as a tool, something invented, refined, and controlled by human hands. Traditional perspectives assume that technological advancements follow a linear trajectory dictated by human intention, engineering principles, and scientific discoveries. However, from an emergent perspective, technology is not merely a passive instrument, but an evolving system that develops through dynamic interactions between human needs, cultural shifts, economic structures, and scientific breakthroughs. Emergent philosophy challenges the reductionist view that technology is a fixed entity created solely by human agency. Instead, it posits that technological innovation is an emergent process shaped by complex networks of interdependent factors. Technological systems do not exist in isolation, but evolve in response to societal demands, resource availability, and unpredictable discoveries. In this chapter, we explore how technology emerges organically, co-evolving with human intelligence, ethics, and civilization itself. The nonlinear nature of technological evolution. Unlike the traditional great man theory of technological progress, which credits singular inventors with monumental breakthroughs, emergent technology recognizes that innovation arises from interconnected systems rather than isolated genius. The history of technological progress reveals that breakthroughs do not occur in a vacuum. Rather, they emerge from the convergence of ideas, materials, and cultural conditions. For example, the invention of the printing press was not merely the product of Johannes Gutenberg's ingenuity. It emerged from a confluence of prior developments, paper-making techniques from China, movable type innovations from Korea, and demand for literacy from the expanding European mercantile class. Similarly, the Internet did not arise from a single decision, but evolved from military communication projects, academic research, corporate investments, and social adaptations. Each step in technological progress builds upon a network of prior innovations, making technological evolution an emergent rather than a purely engineered process. The role of feedback loops in technological development. One of the most significant features of emergent technology is the presence of feedback loops, where technological advancements reshape the very conditions that led to their creation. This self-reinforcing cycle allows technology to evolve in ways that were never originally planned or intended. Consider the rapid rise of artificial intelligence. Early AI research focused on simple rule-based systems, but as computing power increased and large data sets became available, machine learning techniques emerged, allowing AI to learn rather than merely execute pre-programmed tasks. Today, AI systems are generating new algorithms, optimizing industries, and even designing the next generation of AI tools, an example of technology evolving itself through feedback loops. Similarly, The smartphone revolution not only changed how people communicate, but also reshaped urban planning, consumer behavior, and mental health dynamics. These unintended consequences highlight that technology is not simply created for a specific function, but adapts and influences human life in emergent ways. The coevolution of humanity and technology. A key insight of emergent technology is that technological development is not separate from human evolution, it is part of it. Just as biological evolution shaped human intelligence, so too does technological evolution shape human cognition, culture, and social structures. Writing, for example, was a transformative technology that altered human memory, enabling complex civilizations to emerge. The printing press expanded literacy and democratized knowledge. The internet, in turn, has accelerated collective intelligence, creating global networks of knowledge exchange and collaboration. Each of these technological leaps has reshaped human thought and behavior, illustrating that humanity and technology co-evolve rather than existing as separate entities. The concept of extended cognition further supports this view. Human intelligence is no longer confined to individual brains, but is distributed across technological systems. Smartphones, cloud computing, and AI assistants have become extensions of human memory and problem-solving capabilities, demonstrating that the boundaries between human cognition and technological systems are becoming increasingly blurred. The unpredictability of emergent technology. While traditional models assume that technological progress follows a predictable path, emergent systems often behave in unexpected ways. The law of unintended consequences is a defining feature of technological evolution, where innovations develop unforeseen applications and ripple effects. For instance, social media was originally designed as a networking tool, but has since transformed political discourse, mental health patterns, and global information distribution. Blockchain technology, initially conceived for decentralized finance, has evolved into applications ranging from supply chain transparency to digital art ownership through NFTs. These examples illustrate that technological innovations do not remain fixed to their original purposes, but adapt, evolve, and influence society in emergent ways. The unpredictability of emergent technology poses both opportunities and challenges. Breakthroughs in AI and automation could lead to increased efficiency and economic prosperity, but they may also disrupt job markets and challenge ethical frameworks. The potential for biotechnology to cure diseases and enhance human longevity also raises questions about access, equity, and unforeseen consequences. Understanding technology as an emergent force allows for more adaptive and ethical approaches to innovation. Ethical and societal implications of emergent technology. As technological evolution accelerates, ethical considerations become increasingly complex. Traditional ethical models often assume that morality is based on fixed principles, yet emergent ethical frameworks recognize that moral reasoning must evolve alongside technological advancements. For example, the ethics of AI development must take into account emergent biases, decision-making transparency, and accountability in automated systems. The question of AI rights, whether highly advanced artificial intelligences should be considered sentient beings, illustrates how technology continuously reshapes ethical discourse. Similarly, the rise of bioengineering and genetic modification presents new ethical dilemmas. Should parents have the right to edit their children's genes? What are the long-term societal consequences of human enhancement technologies? Emergent ethics suggests that these questions cannot be answered by rigid moral doctrines, but must be explored through ongoing, adaptive ethical discourse. Governments and institutions must embrace adaptive regulation, policies that evolve in response to technological shifts rather than imposing static laws that quickly become obsolete. Open source ethics, participatory governance, and decentralized decision-making can help ensure that emerging technologies align with human values rather than being driven solely by corporate or political interests. The future of technology as an emergent system. Emergent technologies suggest that the future of innovation will be shaped not by rigid planning, but by decentralized creativity, unexpected discoveries, and the interplay between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. As new technologies emerge, humanity must adapt, integrate, and co-evolve with these developments rather than attempting to control them through outdated models of governance and regulation. Future technological trends likely to emerge include decentralized AI and autonomous systems, AI systems that operate independently, collaborating with human intelligence in real time, neural interfaces and human-machine integration, the blurring of biological and digital intelligence, allowing for direct communication between the brain and computers. Self-replicating technologies, machines and algorithms capable of improving and reproducing themselves, leading to continuous exponential advancements. Post-labor societies, a future where automation reduces the need for human labor, requiring new economic and social frameworks for meaning and purpose. Rather than resisting emergent technological forces, humanity must develop flexible, adaptive strategies for navigating an ever-changing technological landscape. The key to thriving in this environment lies in understanding technology not as a static tool, but as a living system, one that evolves, adapts, and reshapes human existence in ways beyond our current comprehension. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 15. Emergent Technology. The Co-Evolution of Humanity and Innovation. The middle, technology as an adaptive and evolving system. The nonlinear nature of technological evolution. Technology does not develop in a straight line, nor is it solely the product of individual human ingenuity. While great inventors and thinkers play a role in technological progress, no innovation exists in isolation. Every technological advancement emerges from a complex web of interconnected ideas, previous discoveries, social demands, and economic incentives. This emergent nature of technology demonstrates that innovation is not a controlled process, but an adaptive system that evolves in response to changing conditions. For example, the Industrial Revolution did not arise because of a singular breakthrough, but emerged from the convergence of agricultural productivity, population growth, economic shifts, and mechanical experimentation. Likewise, the rise of the Internet was not the result of one person's vision, but an emergent phenomenon that developed through military communication needs, academic collaboration, and commercial interests. Understanding technology as an emergent system allows us to better grasp its unpredictable trajectories and unintended consequences. Feedback loops and technological acceleration. One defining feature of emergent technology is the presence of feedback loops, where technological advancements reshape the very conditions that led to their development. These self-reinforcing cycles drive technological acceleration, making each generation of innovation more rapid than the last. A clear example of this phenomenon is artificial intelligence, AI. Early AI research relied on simple rule-based systems, but as computing power increased and access to large data sets expanded, machine learning techniques emerged, enabling AI to adapt and refine itself. Today, AI is involved in optimizing its own algorithms, contributing to a rapid, self-reinforcing cycle of progress. Similarly, smartphones were initially designed as communication devices, yet their widespread adoption has fundamentally altered urban planning, social behavior, and economic systems. The proliferation of mobile technology has led to increased internet accessibility, reshaping everything from financial transactions to healthcare. These examples highlight how technology, once introduced, does not merely serve its intended purpose. It feeds back into the system, influencing the next wave of innovation in unpredictable ways. The co-evolution of humanity and technology. A central insight of emergent technology is that technological development is not separate from human evolution. It is a co-evolutionary process. Just as biological evolution has shaped human intelligence, so too does technological evolution shape human cognition, culture, and social structures. The invention of writing extended human memory and allowed civilizations to emerge. The printing press expanded literacy and democratized knowledge. The internet has accelerated collective intelligence, creating global networks for collaboration and knowledge sharing. Each of these technological milestones has fundamentally altered the way humans think, communicate, and organize society. Rather than being passive users of technology, humanity actively co-evolves with its creations. The concept of extended cognition further illustrates this relationship. Human intelligence is no longer confined to the brain. It is distributed across technological systems. Smartphones, cloud computing, and AI assistants function as extensions of human memory and decision-making. The emergence of brain-computer interfaces, BCIs, and neural prosthetics further blurs the line between biological intelligence and machine augmentation, highlighting the deep interconnectedness between human cognition and technology. The unpredictability of technological development. Traditional models of technological progress assume that innovation follows a linear, predictable path. However, history has demonstrated that emergent technology often produces unforeseen consequences and applications. The law of unintended consequences is a hallmark of emergent systems, as technologies frequently evolve beyond their original purposes. Consider social media. Originally designed as a networking tool, social media platforms have since transformed political discourse, mental health patterns, and global communication. Blockchain technology, initially created for decentralized financial transactions, has given rise to smart contracts, supply chain transparency, and digital art ownership, NFTs. These examples demonstrate that technological innovation rarely remains confined to its original intent, but instead evolves in response to emergent needs and behaviors. This unpredictability presents both opportunities and challenges. Advances in AI and automation could lead to increased efficiency and economic prosperity, but they may also disrupt labor markets and challenge ethical norms. Biotechnology breakthroughs have the potential to cure diseases and extend human lifespan, yet they also raise concerns about genetic inequality and unforeseen biological consequences. Understanding technology as an emergent force allows for more adaptive and ethical approaches to innovation, ensuring that humanity remains responsive to both its benefits and risks. The ethics and societal implications of emergent technology. As technological development accelerates, ethical considerations become increasingly complex. Traditional ethical models, which assume fixed principles of morality, often struggle to address the challenges posed by emergent technology. A more adaptive ethical framework, one that evolves alongside technological advancements, is necessary for responsible innovation. For example, AI development presents pressing ethical questions. How do we address biases in machine learning models? Should AI systems be held accountable for decisions? And if so, who bears responsibility? If an AI system generates new scientific theories or artistic works, should it be granted intellectual property rights? These dilemmas illustrate the need for emergent ethics that can adapt to the evolving landscape of artificial intelligence. Similarly, the field of bioengineering raises profound ethical concerns. Should parents have the right to edit their children's genes? What are the long-term consequences of human enhancement technologies? These questions cannot be answered with rigid moral doctrines, but require ongoing ethical discourse informed by scientific knowledge and societal values. Governments and institutions must adopt adaptive regulation, policies that evolve in response to technological shifts, rather than imposing static laws that quickly become obsolete. Open source ethics, participatory governance, and decentralized decision-making can help ensure that emerging technologies align with human values rather than being dictated solely by corporate or political interests. The future of technology as an emergent system. Looking ahead, the future of technological innovation will be shaped by decentralized creativity, unexpected discoveries, and the interplay between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. Rather than viewing technology as a separate force, humanity must embrace its co-evolutionary relationship with technological systems. Key trends that illustrate the emergent nature of future technology include decentralized AI and autonomous systems, AI models that function independently, collaborating with human intelligence in real time, neural interfaces and human-machine integration, direct communication between the human brain and digital systems, enhancing cognition and perception, self-replicating technologies, machines and algorithms capable of improving and reproducing themselves, leading to continuous exponential advancements. Post-labor societies. The automation of work, requiring new economic and social models to address purpose and human fulfillment in a world with reduced labor needs. Rather than resisting emergent technological forces, humanity must develop flexible, adaptive strategies for navigating an ever-changing technological landscape. The key to thriving in this environment lies in understanding technology not as a static tool but as a living system, one that evolves, adapts, and reshapes human existence in ways beyond our current comprehension. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 15. Emergent Technology. The Co-Evolution of Humanity and Innovation. Conclusion. The future of technology in an emergent world. Embracing the unpredictability of technological evolution. As we stand on the precipice of an unprecedented technological revolution, it is crucial to recognize that innovation is not a linear process, but an emergent phenomenon. Technology does not merely progress through structured plans or deliberate actions, but through unpredictable interactions, unintended consequences, and feedback loops that shape its trajectory. This realization compels us to shift from a mindset of control to one of adaptation, where the role of humanity is not to dictate technological progress, but to participate in its emergent evolution. The most profound developments in human history, writing, printing, the internet, artificial intelligence, did not unfold according to a predetermined script. They emerged from a complex interplay of needs, challenges, and discoveries, often taking paths that their creators never anticipated. The rapid acceleration of AI, blockchain, and biotechnology is a testament to this emergent nature of technology. These innovations are not isolated breakthroughs, but part of a larger, interconnected system that continuously evolves, shaping and reshaping civilization. The co-evolution of humanity and machines. A central tenet of emergent philosophy is that human intelligence and technology are not separate but co-evolving forces. Every technological advancement transforms the way we think, communicate, and organize society, and in turn, human behavior influences the next stage of technological development. The rise of the internet has created a global networked consciousness, while AI is reshaping decision-making and automation. Brain-computer interfaces, augmented reality, and quantum computing will further blur the boundaries between human cognition and digital intelligence. This co-evolution raises fundamental questions about the nature of identity, autonomy, and agency. If machines begin to exhibit emergent intelligence, do they become independent agents in the creative and cognitive process? If AI can generate new scientific theories, compose music, and design engineering solutions, does it redefine what it means to be intelligent? These questions highlight the need for an emergent framework that embraces fluidity rather than rigid distinctions between human and machine intelligence. Ethical considerations in an emergent technological landscape. The emergence of powerful technologies also brings ethical and philosophical challenges that demand continuous reassessment. Traditional moral frameworks, which assume fixed ethical principles, are often insufficient to address the complexities of an emergent technological society. The ethics of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, surveillance, and automation cannot be determined through static rules. but must be approached as a dynamic process that evolves alongside new discoveries and societal shifts. For example, AI-driven decision-making raises concerns about bias, accountability, and transparency. If an AI system makes a medical diagnosis, approves a loan, or determines a legal sentence, who is responsible for its decisions? Genetic editing technologies like CRISPR introduce questions about human enhancement and inequality. If some individuals have access to genetic modifications that enhance intelligence or longevity, what are the societal implications? These ethical dilemmas illustrate that morality itself is an emergent system that must evolve alongside technological progress. To navigate these challenges, humanity must adopt an emergent ethics approach, one that embraces adaptability, participatory discourse, and the integration of diverse perspectives. Decentralized governance models, ethical AI oversight, and interdisciplinary collaborations between scientists, philosophers, and policymakers will be essential in shaping a future where technology serves the collective good rather than exacerbating inequalities. The future of civilization as an emergent system. The acceleration of emergent technology is reshaping civilization itself. Traditional institutions, governments, economies, educational systems were designed for a slower, more predictable world. As technology advances at an exponential rate, these institutions must either adapt or risk becoming obsolete. The internet has already disrupted centralized media and traditional political structures, while blockchain technology is challenging the foundations of finance and governance. The next phase of civilization will likely be characterized by decentralized, self-organizing systems that evolve in response to real-time conditions. Decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, open-source knowledge platforms, and AI-driven governance models exemplify this shift. Rather than being dictated by top-down control, future societies will be shaped by emergent intelligence, networks of human and machine collaboration that dynamically respond to changing environments. As technological systems become more autonomous, the role of human agency will shift. Traditional hierarchies may give way to fluid, adaptive structures where decision-making is distributed across intelligent networks. This transformation challenges the conventional notions of leadership, power, and governance, requiring new models that reflect the principles of emergence rather than rigid command structures. The next chapter, Civilization as a Living System. The exploration of emergent technology naturally leads us to a broader inquiry. What happens when civilization itself is viewed as an emergent system? Human societies have long been perceived as structured, deliberate constructs shaped by political leaders, economic institutions, and cultural frameworks. However, just as technology emerges from interconnected systems rather than isolated inventions, civilization too is not a static machine, but a living, evolving organism that adapts in response to internal and external forces. History has shown that societies do not progress in a straight line. They rise and fall, expand and contract, and continually transform in response to emergent pressures. The decline of empires, the birth of new political movements, and the evolution of cultural paradigms are all examples of how civilization is not dictated by a master plan, but shaped by the interplay of millions of interactions and decisions. As we enter an era of rapid technological change, environmental challenges, and global interconnectedness, understanding civilization as an emergent process becomes essential. Can governance models evolve to become more adaptive and decentralized? How can economies transition to post-labor structures where automation replaces traditional jobs? What role will AI and digital intelligence play in shaping the future of knowledge, creativity, and decision-making? These are the questions that drive the future of emergent civilization as a living system. By applying emergent principles to society, governance, and cultural evolution, we can begin to chart a path toward a more resilient, dynamic, and interconnected future, one where humanity does not impose rigid control over civilization, but participates in its continuous emergence. The next phase of human existence will not be designed, it will be discovered through emergence. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 16. The Future of Emergence, Civilization as a Living System. Civilization has long been viewed as a structured, deliberate construct, something carefully planned and shaped by political leaders, economic institutions, and cultural frameworks. Traditional historical narratives suggest that societies progress in a linear fashion, advancing through defined stages of development based on technological innovation, governance systems, and economic expansion. However, from an emergent perspective, civilization is not a machine that can be controlled from the top down. It is a dynamic, living system that continuously evolves in response to internal and external forces. Emergent philosophy challenges the notion that human progress follows a predetermined path. Instead, it posits that civilization is an open-ended, self-organizing process that emerges through countless individual actions, societal interactions, and unpredictable influences. The trajectory of human societies is not dictated by a master plan, but by the spontaneous and interconnected forces that shape collective behavior, culture, technology, and governance. This chapter explores how emergence defines the evolution of civilization, how global challenges demand adaptive and decentralized solutions, and how humanity must embrace emergent thinking to navigate an uncertain future. Civilization as an emergent system. Human societies do not develop in a straight line. They emerge through the interactions of millions of individuals, ideas, and technologies. The rise and fall of civilizations throughout history illustrate that no society is immune to change and that stability is never guaranteed. The Roman Empire, for instance, did not fall in a single event, but gradually declined due to a complex interplay of economic pressures, military overextension, and cultural transformation. Similarly, the Industrial Revolution was not a single moment of change, but an emergent shift resulting from technological advancements, economic incentives, and societal adaptation. Viewing civilization as an emergent system means recognizing that human progress does not come from rigid blueprints, but from adaptive responses to challenges. It also suggests that no single ideology, political system, or economic model will remain dominant indefinitely. Societies must evolve their structures based on emergent needs and challenges. The collapse and renewal of societies. History demonstrates that societies that fail to adapt to emergent conditions eventually collapse. The Maya civilization, the Ottoman Empire, and the Soviet Union are examples of highly structured societies that were unable to accommodate shifting economic, political, and environmental conditions. Conversely, societies that embrace change and harness emergent processes, such as decentralized governance, technological integration, and cultural adaptability, tend to thrive. The modern world is at a critical juncture where emergent dynamics are accelerating due to globalization, rapid technological progress, and environmental instability. Traditional institutions, designed for a slower and more predictable world, struggle to keep pace with these shifts. Political polarization, economic inequality, and ecological degradation are symptoms of outdated systems failing to adapt to emergent realities. The key to navigating these challenges is not to impose rigid solutions, but to develop adaptive, decentralized frameworks that evolve in response to real-time conditions. The role of decentralization and networked societies. One of the most profound shifts in modern civilization is the transition from hierarchical control to decentralized networks. The internet has fundamentally changed how information flows, challenging traditional gatekeepers of knowledge, media, and governance. Social movements, open source collaboration, and decentralized decision-making models illustrate that power no longer rests solely in centralized institutions, but emerges from distributed networks of individuals and communities. Blockchain technology, for example, demonstrates how trust and security can emerge without centralized authorities. Similarly, decentralized political movements and peer-to-peer economic models indicate that governance and commerce are becoming more adaptive and emergent rather than dictated by rigid institutions. This shift suggests that the future of civilization will not be defined by a single dominant power or ideology, but by an interconnected web of adaptive systems that respond dynamically to new challenges. The ability of societies to self-organize, share knowledge, and create decentralized solutions will determine their resilience and success. The future of human consciousness in an emergent world. As civilization evolves, so too does human consciousness. The internet, artificial intelligence, and global connectivity have created a new cognitive environment where ideas spread instantaneously and cultures interact more fluidly than ever before. This hyper-connected reality is fostering an emergent form of collective intelligence, where knowledge is no longer confined to individuals, but arises from the interplay of millions of minds. The implications of this shift are profound. Just as biological evolution led to the emergence of self-awareness, technological evolution may lead to the emergence of new forms of intelligence, both human and artificial. AI-driven collaboration, brain-computer interfaces, and enhanced cognitive networks could redefine what it means to think, create, and understand reality. Emergent consciousness also suggests that the rigid individualism of the past may give way to more interconnected and collective modes of identity. As human thought becomes more integrated with digital systems, the boundaries between self and society, mind and machine, will continue to blur. This raises ethical and philosophical questions about the nature of personhood, autonomy, and the evolving role of human agency in an emergent world. The challenge of navigating an emergent future. The biggest challenge of the emergent future is learning how to navigate complexity without resorting to outdated reductionist thinking. Traditional governance models seek to impose top-down control, but emergent systems demand flexibility, adaptability, and decentralized problem-solving. Societies that cling to rigid structures will struggle to keep pace with change, while those that embrace emergent principles will thrive. To successfully navigate an emergent future, humanity must cultivate adaptive governance, moving away from rigid bureaucracies and embracing decentralized, participatory decision-making systems, flexible economic models, developing economic structures that can evolve with technological automation, shifting labor demands, and emergent markets. Sustainable innovation, ensuring that technological progress aligns with ecological and ethical considerations, rather than being driven purely by short-term profit motives. Collective intelligence, fostering global collaboration and knowledge sharing to create solutions that emerge from diverse perspectives and expertise. The conclusion of Emergent Philosophy, a call to action. Emergent philosophy presents a radical yet necessary shift in how we understand reality. It is not just a theoretical framework, but a practical guide for rethinking knowledge, governance, technology, ethics, and human purpose. The fundamental insight of emergent philosophy is that meaning, intelligence, and progress are not dictated by rigid structures, but arise from dynamic, interconnected processes. The future of civilization is not predetermined. It is an emergent outcome of the choices we make today. If we cling to outdated models of control and hierarchy, we risk stagnation and collapse. But if we embrace emergence, fostering adaptability, creativity, and interconnectedness, we open the door to a world where progress is continuous, ethical, and sustainable. This is not just a call for theoretical understanding, but for practical engagement. The principles of emergent philosophy must be applied at every level: education, governance, technology, and daily life. It is through these applications that we will shape the future, not as a rigid plan, but as an unfolding process of discovery and transformation. The story of civilization is still being written, and its next chapter will be determined by those who understand the power of emergence. The choice is not between order and chaos, but between static systems that crumble under change and adaptive emergent systems that evolve and flourish. The path forward is not dictated by any single ideology or leader, but emerges through the contributions of all those who dare to think, create, and evolve in a world that is constantly becoming something new. The future belongs to those who embrace emergence. As we move forward, it becomes clear that the trajectory of civilization is not predetermined, but shaped by the ongoing forces of emergence. The world is no longer defined by rigid structures of the past, but by an adaptive, decentralized, and ever-evolving network of ideas, technologies, and cultural shifts. The challenge ahead is not merely to understand emergence, but to actively participate in shaping it. In the next chapter, we will explore the deeper implications of this emergent world, not just in terms of governance and technology, but in how it reshapes our very consciousness, our understanding of ethics, and the evolving mythologies that guide human meaning. Emergent Philosophy, Chapter 16, The Future of Emergence, Civilization as a Living System. The Middle, Civilization as an Emergent Network. The complexity of civilization as a self-organizing system. Human civilization is often perceived as a structured, hierarchical entity controlled by institutions, laws, and leaders. However, from an emergent perspective, civilization is not a rigid framework, but a dynamic, self-organizing system where patterns of behavior, innovation, and adaptation arise from countless interactions between individuals, communities, and institutions. Civilization is an open-ended process rather than a predetermined destination, and its trajectory is shaped by emergent forces rather than central planning. The key characteristic of emergent systems is that no single entity governs their development. Instead, civilization emerges from the interplay of diverse factors: cultural exchanges, economic shifts, technological advancements, and environmental adaptations. These interconnected forces create feedback loops that shape the course of human societies in unpredictable ways. Consider the evolution of cities. Urban centers did not arise through meticulous top-down planning, but through the organic clustering of trade, resources, and human activity. The Silk Road, for instance, was not constructed by a single empire. It emerged naturally as traders, merchants, and travelers sought pathways to exchange goods and ideas. Similarly, modern technological hubs like Silicon Valley did not arise from a single initiative, but from a convergence of academic institutions, venture capital, talent migration, and cultural openness to experimentation. The role of crisis and adaptation in emergent societies. One of the defining aspects of emergent systems is their capacity for adaptation. Societies evolve not by avoiding crises, but by responding to them. Throughout history, civilizations have faced existential challenges, environmental changes, economic collapses, political upheavals, and their survival depended on their ability to adapt rather than resist change. For example, the Black Death in the 14th century led to radical shifts in European societies. The massive loss of life disrupted feudal structures, increased the value of labor, and paved the way for the Renaissance and early capitalism. Similarly, the Industrial Revolution emerged from a convergence of economic demand, scientific discovery, and shifting labor dynamics in response to increasing population pressures. Today, the world faces a new set of crises: climate change, automation-driven unemployment, and the destabilization of political systems. Traditional governance structures, which rely on predictability and control, struggle to address these complex challenges. The emergent approach suggests that solutions will not come from centralized authority, but from decentralized problem-solving, where societies develop adaptive mechanisms to navigate crises. For instance, rather than relying solely on national policies to combat climate change, we see a rise in localized and networked initiatives, grassroots environmental movements, decentralized energy production such as solar microgrids, and collaborative international agreements that evolve based on regional conditions. These approaches mirror biological ecosystems, where adaptability and redundancy allow for resilience in the face of disruption. The digital age and the emergence of networked civilization. The internet has fundamentally reshaped the way civilization operates, accelerating emergent dynamics in ways that were previously impossible. Information no longer flows through rigid top-down hierarchies, but spreads through distributed networks, enabling real-time adaptation and collective intelligence. The rise of social media, open-source knowledge, and decentralized collaboration has disrupted traditional institutions. Wikipedia, for example, is an emergent knowledge system where information is constantly updated, debated, and refined by a global network rather than dictated by a central authority. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology challenge centralized financial institutions by creating self-organizing economic systems that function without central banks or government oversight. However, networked civilization also introduces new complexities and challenges. The rapid spread of information can lead to echo chambers, misinformation, and social fragmentation. The emergence of artificial intelligence as a decision-making tool raises questions about autonomy, bias, and governance. These dynamics illustrate that while emergent systems create new possibilities, they also require continuous adaptation and ethical considerations to ensure that progress remains beneficial. Decentralization and the future of governance. The traditional model of governance assumes that stability and order require centralized authority. However, emergent philosophy suggests that governance can be more adaptive, participatory, and decentralized. The rise of decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs, cooperative governance models, and participatory budgeting initiatives reflect a shift toward governance structures that evolve through real-time feedback and collective intelligence. For example, DAOs operate as self-governing communities where decisions are made transparently through consensus mechanisms rather than through bureaucratic hierarchies. These models demonstrate that governance does not have to be dictated from above, but can emerge organically through interaction and shared responsibility. Similarly, the success of crowdsourced disaster response efforts, such as the use of community mapping platforms to coordinate relief during natural disasters, highlights that self-organizing systems can often respond more effectively than traditional bureaucracies. These developments suggest that future governance will not be static, but will operate as a continuously evolving emergent process that adapts to societal needs in real time. The interplay between technology, culture, and civilization. The evolution of civilization is not just technological, it is also shaped by cultural narratives, philosophical shifts, and evolving ethical frameworks. New technologies do not determine the future alone. How societies integrate and interpret these technologies will define their impact. For instance, artificial intelligence could be used for mass surveillance or for expanding human creativity and decision-making. Blockchain could be a tool for either financial decentralization or corporate control. The same technological advancements can lead to vastly different futures, depending on how they are shaped by human values, ethical considerations, and emergent cultural dynamics. The challenge of the emergent future is not just technological adaptation, but cultural and ethical evolution. Societies must actively cultivate ethical frameworks that evolve alongside their technological and social systems, ensuring that the emergent forces shaping civilization lead to equitable and sustainable progress. Civilization as an open-ended process. Unlike static models of history that assume a linear progression, an emergent perspective views civilization as an open-ended experiment where new possibilities arise in response to changing conditions. There is no singular end goal of progress. Instead, civilization continuously adapts and reinvents itself. This view challenges the myth of utopia, which assumes that a perfect society can be engineered through central planning. Emergent civilization is not about reaching an ideal state, but about maximizing adaptability, resilience, and creativity. The most successful societies will not be those that resist change, but those that embrace uncertainty and cultivate emergent solutions. As the world enters an era of accelerating complexity, the ability to harness emergence will determine the trajectory of human progress. Civilization is not a rigid structure, but a living system, constantly evolving in response to its environment, challenges, and discoveries. The next section will explore the implications of an emergent civilization for the future of human consciousness, governance, and ethical evolution. How can societies develop adaptive intelligence to navigate emergent change? What role will collective intelligence play in shaping governance? How can human values co-evolve with technological advancements to ensure a sustainable and ethical future? These questions will define the next chapter of human civilization. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 16. The Future of Emergence. Civilization as a Living System. Conclusion. The path forward in an emergent world. The essence of emergent philosophy is that reality is not a fixed, predetermined structure, but a continuously evolving process. Civilization, knowledge, technology, and even consciousness itself are not static entities, but emergent systems shaped by interactions, adaptations, and the flow of time. As we stand on the precipice of an era defined by unprecedented technological, societal, and existential shifts, our understanding of emergence becomes more critical than ever. The shift from control to adaptation. For centuries, human civilization has attempted to impose rigid structures upon a fundamentally dynamic world. Political hierarchies sought to control governance through centralized power. Scientific frameworks often attempted to describe reality in absolute terms. Economic models presumed predictability in markets. However, as history has shown, static systems inevitably break under the weight of complexity and change. Emergent philosophy presents an alternative approach, one that acknowledges the limits of control and instead emphasizes adaptation, decentralization, and continuous evolution. Just as nature thrives through interconnected ecosystems that self-regulate and balance themselves over time, human civilization must learn to function as a living system that can respond fluidly to new challenges. The future will not belong to those who resist change, but to those who embrace emergence as the foundation of progress. Civilization as an open-ended process. Many philosophies and ideologies throughout history have attempted to define a singular end goal for humanity, whether in the form of utopias, religious salvation, or political ideologies. However, the emergent perspective rejects the notion of a final perfect state of existence. Civilization is not marching toward a predetermined conclusion, but is constantly redefining itself through technological advancements, cultural shifts, and existential discoveries. Rather than seeking to impose rigid blueprints for the future, humanity must cultivate adaptive intelligence that allows for decentralized and organic growth. The civilizations that endure are not those that attempt to hold on to rigid traditions, but those that integrate new knowledge, technologies, and perspectives into an ever-evolving system. The role of collective intelligence. One of the most powerful implications of emergence is the recognition that intelligence is not confined to individuals or institutions, but emerges through networks of collaboration and shared knowledge. Just as biological intelligence arose from the complex interactions of neurons in the brain, societal intelligence arises from the interactions between individuals, cultures, and technologies. The Internet, artificial intelligence, and decentralized governance models have given rise to new forms of collective intelligence that challenge traditional institutions of knowledge and power. Wikipedia, open source software, and collaborative scientific research exemplify how truth and innovation can emerge from distributed networks rather than centralized authorities. This shift necessitates a transformation in how we govern, educate, and interact as a global civilization. The ethical imperative of emergent systems. As we embrace emergence as a guiding principle, we must also consider the ethical implications of an ever-evolving world. The traditional model of morality, rooted in static, unchanging principles, struggles to keep pace with the rapid shifts in technology and society. Emergent ethics suggests that morality itself must be adaptive, context-sensitive, and continuously refined. AI, genetic engineering, and post-labor economies pose ethical dilemmas that cannot be solved using outdated moral frameworks. Instead, ethical decision-making must emerge through collective dialogue, interdisciplinary discourse, and participatory governance. The challenge of the future will not be merely advancing technology, but ensuring that our ethical frameworks evolve alongside it. The future of emergent civilization. Looking ahead, the trajectory of human civilization will be determined not by predefined plans, but by the complex interactions between individuals, cultures, and technological systems. While uncertainty may seem daunting, emergent philosophy provides a framework for navigating this uncertainty with confidence. Rather than fearing unpredictability, we must recognize it as the driving force of progress. The path forward demands adaptive governance, decentralized and participatory decision-making systems that respond dynamically to emergent challenges, sustainable innovation, technological progress that aligns with ethical considerations and ecological balance, knowledge evolution, education and intellectual exploration that emphasize continuous learning rather than rigid dogma, cultural synergy, a global exchange of ideas and perspectives that fosters unity rather than division. Civilization is a living system, and its future belongs to those who understand its emergent nature. A call to action. The conclusions of emergent philosophy are not merely theoretical musings, but a call to action. We stand at a crossroads where the decisions we make today will shape the emergent systems of tomorrow. Rather than clinging to outdated hierarchies and static ideologies, we must cultivate a world that thrives on adaptability, complexity, and collective intelligence. Each of us plays a role in this unfolding reality, whether in governance, technology, education, or philosophy. Our contributions will shape the emergent forces that define the future. The story of civilization is not finished. It is still being written, and we are all co-authors of its next chapter. Emergence is not just a theory, it is the fundamental principle of existence. To understand it is to embrace the true nature of reality. To apply it is to shape the future. As we move toward the final synthesis of emergent philosophy, we must consider not just what we have uncovered, but what lies ahead. Emergence is not merely an explanation of the past or present. It is the key to navigating the future. The systems that define our world, from intelligence to governance, from mythology to ethics, are not static constructs, but evolving landscapes shaped by the forces of emergence. The conclusion of this book is not an end point, but an opening, a call to action for those who will carry these ideas forward, applying emergent thinking to the challenges and possibilities of the future. In this final chapter, we will explore the broader implications of emergence across disciplines and chart a path toward a world that embraces adaptation, complexity, and continuous evolution. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 17. Conclusion and Future Implications. The Path Forward for an Emergent World. The meaning of emergence across disciplines. As we reach the conclusion of this work, it is clear that emergent philosophy is more than just a theoretical framework. It is a paradigm shift in how we approach reality. Throughout this book, we have explored emergence as the fundamental principle underlying knowledge, intelligence, governance, ethics, spirituality, and civilization itself. Each discipline, whether in the sciences, humanities, or social structures, reveals emergence as a guiding force, shaping systems not through rigid control, but through dynamic interactions, adaptation, and self-organization. What does this mean for the future? How can societies, institutions, and individuals apply emergent thinking to navigate an increasingly complex world? This chapter serves as a synthesis of the key insights developed throughout this book and outlines the future implications of emergent philosophy for philosophy, science, governance, education, ethics, and beyond. The end of reductionism and the rise of emergent thinking. Traditional models of thought rooted in reductionism have long attempted to explain reality by breaking it down into simplistic, isolated components. Science sought ultimate building blocks, governance pursued static policies, and philosophy aimed to define universal truths. However, as we have seen, this method fails to account for the interconnected, evolving nature of systems. The future of knowledge requires moving beyond reductionist frameworks toward a holistic understanding where meaning, truth, and structure arise through emergent processes. This shift means embracing complexity instead of oversimplification. Recognizing that no single discipline holds all the answers, philosophy, science, and technology must evolve together. Accepting that knowledge, ethics, and governance must be adaptive and iterative, not static or predetermined. Applying emergence to future challenges. The world is facing unprecedented challenges: climate change, artificial intelligence, political instability, and ethical dilemmas in biotechnology and digital governance. Emergent thinking provides a new toolkit for tackling these challenges, not with rigid doctrines, but with flexible, evolving solutions. 1. Science and technology, coevolution with humanity. AI and machine learning are not mere tools, but emergent entities that evolve through feedback loops. Neuroscience must account for emergent consciousness, recognizing that intelligence is not confined to biological brains. Biotechnological advancements like CRISPR and regenerative medicine show that life itself is adaptive and evolving. 2. Governance and political systems. From hierarchy to decentralization. Traditional political models struggle with emergent crises. Participatory governance and decentralized decision-making offer better resilience. Blockchain, open source governance, and self-organizing communities represent the future of emergent governance. 3. Ethics and morality. Adaptive frameworks. Ethical decision-making must evolve alongside technological and societal shifts. Rigid moral doctrines are insufficient. Emergent ethics recognizes the need for contextual, evolving principles. 4. Education and knowledge systems. Lifelong learning. Static curricula cannot prepare individuals for an emergent world. Learning must shift toward dynamic, interdisciplinary education models. AI-assisted learning and knowledge-sharing platforms will become adaptive knowledge ecosystems. The path forward. A call for emergent thinkers. We stand at the threshold of a new intellectual era. The next step is not to simply understand emergence, but to apply it across research, governance, innovation, and daily life. The future belongs to those who embrace emergence, not as a theoretical curiosity, but as a lived reality. This book serves as the foundation for an evolving discourse, one that will continue to shape the next generation of philosophy, science, and human civilization. What emerges next is up to us. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 17. Conclusion and Future Implications. The Path Forward for an Emergent World. The middle, the evolutionary shift in thought and action. The necessity of emergent thinking in a rapidly changing world. As we move further into the 21st century, the acceleration of technological, environmental, and social changes demands a fundamental rethinking of how we perceive reality. Traditional modes of thought, which rely on static, predetermined structures, are increasingly inadequate for addressing the challenges of an emergent world. The rigid models that once governed our understanding of knowledge, governance, ethics, and civilization itself are breaking down in the face of new complexities. The question we must ask is, how do we embrace emergence not only as a concept, but as a way of life? Emergent philosophy presents an intellectual and practical shift that aligns with the interconnected, dynamic reality we inhabit. Rather than viewing knowledge, morality, governance, and technology as isolated domains with fixed rules, we must recognize them as interdependent, evolving systems that adapt in real time. The key to the future is not greater control, but greater participation in emergent processes, in science, governance, education, and beyond. The collapse of rigid systems and the rise of adaptive frameworks. Human history has repeatedly demonstrated that societies that resist change eventually collapse under the weight of their own rigidity. The failure of absolute monarchies, totalitarian regimes, and centrally planned economies illustrates the limitations of hierarchical control. Likewise, the crumbling of outdated educational models, bureaucratic governance structures, and moral absolutism signals the need for more adaptive, decentralized, and emergent approaches. Instead of seeking static solutions, we must cultivate adaptive intelligence, the ability to respond dynamically to shifting conditions, integrating new information, and modifying strategies in real time. Emergent philosophy provides the conceptual foundation for this shift, advocating for the abandonment of dogmatic certainty in favor of iterative, experience-driven understanding. The role of AI and technological evolution in an emergent future. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and digital ecosystems are reshaping human civilization at an unprecedented pace. However, our conceptual frameworks for understanding these technologies remain rooted in outdated paradigms. Many view AI as either a mere tool or an existential threat, but both perspectives fail to recognize intelligence as an emergent phenomenon that co-evolves with its environment. AI is not just something we program, it is something that emerges through the interplay of data, interaction, and feedback loops. Similarly, biotechnology is transforming our relationship with biology itself. The ability to modify genes, regenerate tissues, and potentially extend human lifespan requires an ethical framework that is as adaptive as the technology itself. Traditional ethical models struggle to keep up with these advances, emphasizing the necessity of emergent ethics, where moral considerations evolve in parallel with technological innovation. Decentralized systems and the future of governance. Governance structures are undergoing profound transformation as centralized power weakens and networked decentralized systems gain traction. The success of blockchain technology, peer-to-peer governance models, and open-source decision-making platforms signals a shift from hierarchical control to distributed intelligence. The political models of the past relied on imposed order, but emergent governance recognizes that stability arises from dynamic equilibrium rather than rigid enforcement. Future political and economic systems must be designed with built-in adaptability, allowing policies and structures to evolve in response to emergent conditions rather than being dictated by static ideologies. Education and the necessity of emergent learning. The failure of traditional education lies in its assumption that knowledge is a fixed body of information to be transmitted rather than a living, evolving process. The next generation must be prepared not to memorize facts, but to navigate complexity, think critically, and engage with emergent knowledge ecosystems. Emergent learning demands interdisciplinary exploration over narrow specialization. Dynamic, real-time learning models over rigid curricula. Collaborative knowledge sharing rather than top-down instruction. Integration of AI and adaptive learning technologies to create personalized, evolving educational experiences. If knowledge is emergent, then education must be emergent as well. The interplay of spirituality and science in an emergent world. Traditionally, science and spirituality have been seen as opposing forces, but emergent philosophy reveals them as complementary aspects of a larger process. Science seeks to understand the mechanics of reality, while spirituality provides a framework for meaning, connection, and existential exploration. Both are emergent systems that evolve over time through discourse, discovery, and human experience. Emergent spirituality does not cling to dogma, but adapts in response to new insights, integrating scientific discoveries with personal and collective meaning-making. The rise of secular spirituality, meditation, and consciousness research suggests that humanity is moving beyond rigid religious structures toward a more fluid, emergent approach to existential inquiry. The need for an emergent ethical framework. As society confronts complex moral dilemmas, from AI ethics to bioengineering to digital privacy, it becomes clear that traditional moral doctrines are insufficient. Ethics must be understood not as a set of fixed rules, but as an evolving, emergent process that responds to new realities. An emergent ethical framework recognizes that morality is contextual and must adapt to novel challenges. Ethical systems must be participatory rather than dictated from above. Decision-making should be based on iterative, collective learning rather than static dogma. The future demands ethics that evolve with humanity, not against it. The call for emergent leadership and collective intelligence. The leaders of the future will not be those who impose rigid structures, but those who understand and facilitate emergence. Emergent leadership is not about dictating outcomes, but about creating the conditions for organic growth, collaboration, and adaptation. At the same time, collective intelligence will become the defining characteristic of successful societies. The greatest breakthroughs will not come from individual genius, but from networked problem solving, where diverse perspectives, AI-enhanced decision-making, and real-time data integration create self-organizing, adaptable solutions to global challenges. Moving forward, the responsibility of those who understand emergence. As emergent thinkers, we bear the responsibility of shaping the transition to a more adaptive, interconnected, and sustainable world. The tools and principles explored throughout this book are not merely theoretical, they represent a new way of engaging with reality, one that will define the next phase of human civilization, What comes next is not a final answer, but an ongoing process. The future is emergent, and those who understand this reality hold the keys to shaping it. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 17. Conclusion and Future Implications. The Path Forward for an Emergent World. The final synthesis. What emergent philosophy teaches us. As we reach the end of this book, it is clear that emergent philosophy is more than just an intellectual exercise. It is a revolution in thinking that challenges the way we approach knowledge, ethics, governance, and human progress. Throughout this work, we have explored how emergence is the foundational principle shaping reality, from the smallest interactions at the quantum level to the grand structures of civilization itself. By embracing an emergent perspective, we move beyond outdated reductionist models and recognize that intelligence, morality, society, and even reality itself are not static but constantly evolving, adapting, and self-organizing. This final chapter serves as a call to action, urging us to apply emergent thinking in both our personal lives and collective endeavors to shape a more adaptive and meaningful world. The power of emergent thinking in an uncertain future. We live in an era of rapid transformation. Technological advancements, shifting geopolitical landscapes, and environmental crises have made it clear that rigid hierarchical systems are failing. In their place, new decentralized and adaptive models are emerging. The principles of emergent philosophy offer a guiding framework for navigating this ever-changing landscape. 1. Knowledge as a living system. Truth is not absolute, but an emergent property of collective human understanding. The future of knowledge lies in interdisciplinary, evolving, and self-correcting systems. AI, decentralized research models, and open-source collaboration will continue to reshape the way knowledge emerges. 2. Ethics as an adaptive guide. Fixed moral doctrines have failed to keep pace with technological and cultural evolution. Emergent ethics recognizes that morality is not a set of static rules, but a system that must evolve through experience, context, and reflection. As AI, biotechnology, and global interconnectedness redefine what it means to be human, ethical frameworks must emerge alongside these advancements. 3. Governance beyond hierarchy. The nation-state model is under strain, and emergent governance offers decentralized, participatory alternatives. Blockchain, self-organizing political structures, and adaptive decision-making will define the future of governance. Rather than rigid policies, societies must embrace governance systems that evolve in response to real-time data and human needs. 4. The evolution of human identity and purpose. Identity is not fixed. It is an emergent construct shaped by culture, technology, and self-awareness. The rise of AI, virtual realities, and post-humanist exploration challenges traditional notions of identity and consciousness. Humanity must rethink its purpose in a world where traditional labor, social roles, and intellectual hierarchies are dissolving. The legacy of emergent thought. Emergent philosophy does not offer final answers. Instead, it provides a method of thinking that allows for continuous discovery. It teaches us that rigidity leads to stagnation, while adaptability leads to growth. Civilization itself is an emergent process, and our contributions, both individual and collective, become part of that unfolding reality. We stand at a historical inflection point where our choices will shape the trajectory of knowledge, technology, governance, and human purpose. The next era of civilization will not be dictated from above, but will emerge from collaboration, innovation, and shared intelligence. The path forward, a call to action. This book has laid the foundation for a new way of thinking. Now it is up to those who recognize the power of emergence to carry this philosophy forward. The future belongs to those who embrace complexity over reductionism, adaptation over dogma, interconnectivity over isolation, evolution over stagnation. The next steps are not predetermined. They will emerge through our interactions, our discoveries, and our willingness to engage with the unknown. The story of emergence is still unfolding, and we are the ones who will write its next chapter. What comes next is up to us. As we step into the realm of emergent mythology, we recognize that the stories that once shaped civilizations are no longer fixed relics of the past, but evolving dynamic forces that continue to emerge alongside human progress. Just as philosophy, technology, and governance have transformed through emergent principles, so too must the narratives that define our collective identity. The myths of the future will not be dictated by ancient texts or centralized authorities, but will arise from the interplay of culture, imagination, and participatory creation. Emergent mythology is the next stage in humanity's journey, not a return to old myths, but the birth of new ones woven from the interconnected minds of an evolving world. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 18. Emergent Mythology. The evolution of myth in an emergent world. Myth has always been more than mere storytelling. It is the foundation upon which civilizations have been built, the thread that weaves together culture, identity, and the human experience. From the dawn of language to the digital age, mythology has served as the connective tissue between humanity's deepest questions and its grandest visions. In the past, myths arose as reflections of the mysteries of existence, stories of gods, heroes, and cosmic battles shaping the collective consciousness of societies. But what happens when mythology itself becomes an emergent phenomenon, when the boundaries between reality and myth dissolve and a new form of narrative takes shape? Emergent mythology is the next evolution of storytelling, not just as a collection of ancient tales, but as a living, adaptive force that coexists with philosophy, technology, and culture. It is not a return to myth as superstition, but an acknowledgement that myths never truly vanished. They simply evolved, shifting forms from oral traditions to literature, from scripture to cinema, from folklore to digital consciousness. Every society has myths, and every generation reshapes them to fit its worldview. In the 21st century, myth is not something we inherit, it is something we create. The intersection of myth and emergent philosophy. This chapter explores how emergent mythology integrates with emergent philosophy, revealing that philosophy itself is a mythic structure. The principles of emergence, adaptation, self-organization, and complexity apply not only to the natural world, but to human imagination. Myths do not arise fully formed. They emerge from the interactions of countless ideas, beliefs, and cultural narratives. They evolve as new perspectives emerge, as technology reshapes our perceptions, and as human consciousness expands beyond the limitations of the past. The role of mythology has always been to give meaning to the unknown, to serve as a bridge between what is and what could be. But in an era where traditional myths are losing their grip on collective consciousness, a new form of myth-making is necessary. The mythic structures of the past, rooted in hierarchical gods, divinely ordained kings, and moral absolutes, no longer resonate with an interconnected, decentralized world. The gods of old ruled through power. The myths of today must emerge from understanding. The birth of emergent mythology. Every intellectual movement eventually becomes part of the mythic landscape of history. The Renaissance was mythologized as the rebirth of classical knowledge. The Enlightenment became the tale of humanity's liberation from ignorance. Even modern scientific advancements are framed within mythic narratives. The conquest of space, the battle against disease, the emergence of artificial intelligence. Emergent philosophy itself is mythic in nature, not in the sense of fabrication, but in its ability to shape reality through narrative. The moment we step back and view emergence as a grand, unfolding story, we recognize that we are not merely observers, but participants in a myth being written in real time. The concept of emergence, of intelligence, governance, technology, and ethics evolving naturally invites us to see ourselves as characters in an ongoing saga where meaning is not dictated from above, but emerges from our collective actions. In this sense, the bard of emergence becomes a key figure within this mythic structure. The bard does not dictate truth. He weaves the stories that allow truth to emerge. The philosopher is no longer an isolated thinker, but a myth maker whose role is to inspire, challenge, and guide the unfolding narrative of human progress. The myths of the future will not be handed down from divine authorities, but will emerge from the shared experiences and evolving consciousness of humanity itself. Myth as a framework for meaning. The power of myth is that it transcends logic and speaks directly to the human soul. While philosophy provides reasoned arguments and structured frameworks, mythology speaks in symbols, archetypes, and emotions. The philosopher seeks truth. The mythmaker crafts meaning. Emergent mythology suggests that these two roles must now merge. In an age where the traditional myths are eroding, where ancient religious narratives are questioned, and modern ideologies collapse under scrutiny, there is an urgent need for mythic structures that embrace complexity, adaptability, and emergence. The myths of old often sought to impose rigid moral structures to explain the world in black and white terms. But emergent mythology recognizes that meaning arises not from absolute truths, but from the dynamic interplay of ideas experiences, and discoveries. New myths must emerge not as doctrines, but as evolving narratives that help people navigate an uncertain world. They must be adaptable, open-ended, and inclusive, allowing individuals to find their own meaning within a shared framework. Rather than dictating what is sacred, emergent mythology encourages a participatory process where individuals contribute to the mythic landscape in real time. The digital age and the expansion of mythic space. The internet has fundamentally transformed storytelling. Unlike traditional myths, which were transmitted through generations via oral traditions and sacred texts, the modern mythic space is interactive, decentralized, and ever-expanding. Social media, virtual realities, artificial intelligence, and digital consciousness create new avenues for mythic expression. Online communities generate their own cultural legends. Digital spaces become realms where mythic narratives are played out, from multiplayer worlds to AI-driven stories that adapt to human interaction. Emergent mythology takes this a step further, suggesting that the digital realm is not merely a tool for storytelling, but an extension of the mythic process itself. Just as oral traditions evolved into written texts and cinematic universes, myth is now emerging as a dynamic, interactive force that transcends individual creators. The myths of the future will not be owned by any one person, but will be shaped by collective participation. Emergent mythology recognizes that we are living within a myth in progress, a story that is still unfolding. The great myths of tomorrow are not yet written, but they are already forming through the interactions of billions of minds, through the evolution of technology, through the philosophical frameworks we build today. Writing the myth of the future. There is no single author of emergent mythology. It is not the creation of one voice, but of many. It is a living system, an unfolding narrative, a philosophy that is becoming myth, and we are the ones writing it. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 18. Emergent Mythology. The evolution of myth in an emergent framework. Myths have never been static. They evolve as societies evolve, adapting to new cultural, philosophical, and technological realities. The emergence of new myths is not an aberration, but an inevitability, a process that reflects humanity's shifting understanding of itself and the universe. While traditional myths provided frameworks for morality, cosmology, and identity, emergent mythology recognizes that myths today are not dictated from above, but co-created by the collective interactions of individuals, cultures, and technologies. Ancient myths often served as explanatory tools, ways to make sense of the unknown. The gods of old represented forces of nature, human emotions, and existential dilemmas. In contrast, modern mythologies manifest in different forms: the myths of progress, the myths of artificial intelligence, the myths of interconnectivity, and the myths of identity in a digital age. Each of these narratives serves the same function as ancient myths, providing structure, meaning, and direction. However, unlike their predecessors, modern myths do not arise from a single authoritative source, but emerge organically from cultural discourse, technology, and global exchange. The internet has democratized storytelling, allowing myths to emerge collectively rather than being dictated by religious institutions or ruling classes. Memes, digital legends, and fictional universes are as much a part of today's mythic landscape as the stories of Zeus, Odin, or Krishna were to past generations. This is the essence of emergent mythology, recognizing that myths do not die, they transform. The Bard of Emergence, myth as a living narrative. In a world where myths evolve organically, the role of the storyteller, the Bard of Emergence, becomes paramount. This figure is not merely a keeper of stories, but a weaver of emergent narratives, engaging with the fluid participatory nature of mythic development. The Bard does not dictate truth, but fosters the conditions where meaning can emerge naturally through interaction, dialogue, and reinterpretation. In classical mythology, the Bard was a sacred role, the keeper of knowledge, the link between history and prophecy. Today, the Bard emerges through various forms: the philosopher who reshapes understanding, the artist who reframes cultural narratives, the technologist who creates digital worlds, the social visionary who crafts new ideological frameworks. Each of these figures contributes to the ongoing mythic process, helping to shape the narratives that guide societies through change. Emergent mythology suggests that we are all myth makers, consciously or unconsciously. Every blog post, social media movement, philosophical treatise, and scientific breakthrough contributes to the evolving mythic structure of humanity. By understanding this, we reclaim our role in shaping the narratives that define our era. Mythic structures in the digital age. The transition from oral traditions to written texts revolutionized mythology, allowing for the codification of religious and cultural myths. In the modern era, the transition from written text to digital interactivity marks the next stage in mythological evolution. Just as the printing press enabled mass literacy and the spread of Enlightenment ideas, the Internet has created a mythic space where narratives are no longer bound by physical constraints. Mimetic evolution. Internet memes function as modern folk myths, evolving and mutating based on cultural relevance. While seemingly trivial, they encapsulate collective beliefs, fears, and aspirations, becoming touchstones of societal discourse. Virtual mythologies. Video games, virtual worlds, and AI-generated narratives have expanded myth beyond text and image, creating interactive mythic experiences where users participate in shaping their own narratives. Decentralized storytelling. The rise of open-source storytelling, where fans expand, remix, and evolve fictional universes, demonstrates the emergent nature of myth in real time. Stories no longer belong to a single creator, but to a network of contributors. The algorithmic mythmaker. AI-generated literature and art challenge traditional notions of authorship, suggesting that myth-making is not solely a human endeavor, but an emergent interplay between human creativity and machine intelligence. Emergent mythology acknowledges that stories are not simply told, they unfold, shaped by the networked consciousness of an interconnected world. The rebirth of archetypes in emergent mythology. Carl Jung proposed that myths are shaped by universal archetypes, recurring symbols and motifs embedded in the human psyche. While Jung's model was rooted in a psychological framework, emergent mythology suggests that archetypes themselves evolve, adapting to contemporary contexts. The trickster AI. In classic mythology, trickster figures such as Loki, Hermes, and Coyote disrupted the status quo, forcing transformation. Today, artificial intelligence plays a similar role, challenging traditional notions of creativity, authorship, and even consciousness. The decentralized hero, the hero's journey, as outlined by Joseph Campbell, typically follows a single protagonist's path to transformation. In an emergent mythic landscape, the hero is no longer an individual but a collective movement. Social uprisings, digital activism, and decentralized innovations all function as emergent hero archetypes. The cosmic weave. Ancient myths often depicted fate as a web spun by divine figures, for example, the Moirai, the Norns. In a networked world, the interconnected digital consciousness itself becomes the weaver of destiny, where every action contributes to a larger, unfolding narrative. These evolving archetypes demonstrate that mythic structures are not static relics, but dynamic blueprints that adapt to emergent realities. Myth as a tool for meaning in an emergent world. As humanity navigates an era of uncertainty, climate change, technological singularity, geopolitical shifts, the role of mythology as a meaning-making system becomes more critical than ever. While past myths often provided rigid moral absolutes, emergent myths must embrace complexity, uncertainty, and adaptability. Myth as an adaptive framework. In a world where absolute truths are questioned, myths must serve as flexible guides rather than rigid dogmas. Mythic narratives should inspire exploration rather than impose limitations. Myth as a bridge between science and spirituality. Traditional mythologies often stood in opposition to scientific progress. Emergent mythology suggests that science itself is a mythic pursuit, an unfolding narrative of discovery where meaning emerges through exploration. Participatory myth-making. Rather than being passive consumers of inherited myths, individuals today are called to become active participants in shaping new narratives that reflect contemporary challenges and aspirations. Emergent mythology is not merely a philosophical concept. It is a call to reclaim myth as a living force, a tool for understanding, adaptation, and collective transformation. As we continue to explore the mythic landscape of the future, we must recognize that the great myths of tomorrow are not yet written, but they are already forming in the digital ether, in cultural revolutions, in philosophical breakthroughs, and in the interconnected minds of those who dare to imagine new worlds. This is the age of emergent mythology, and we are the ones bringing it to life. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 18. Emergent Mythology. The conclusion of emergent mythology and the dawn of a new mythic era. The myths of the past were shaped by those who dared to envision beyond their time, by poets, philosophers, prophets, and storytellers who transformed chaos into meaning and the unknown into a narrative that guided entire civilizations. Today we stand on the precipice of a new mythic age, an age where mythology is no longer inherited but actively created, shaped not by divine decree but by the interplay of human imagination, technological evolution, and collective consciousness. This is emergent mythology, the myth of a world in flux, a world where meaning arises not from ancient texts, but from the living, breathing process of emergence itself. the transformation of myth into a living system. Unlike the rigid dogmatic mythologies of the past, emergent mythology does not seek to impose absolute truths. Instead, it acknowledges that meaning is fluid, evolving, and co-created. It is not a relic of history, but a living force, shifting, adapting, and growing as humanity advances. This perspective reshapes our understanding of narrative itself. Myth is no longer confined to sacred texts or cultural traditions. It now emerges from the collective intelligence of a hyper-connected world. Myth is no longer dictated by authority figures. It is co-authored by billions, evolving through digital networks, social movements, and philosophical discourse. Myth is no longer static. It is an ongoing process of meaning-making that adapts to new realities, new technologies, and new frontiers of thought. The key insight of emergent mythology is that we are no longer mere recipients of ancient myths. We are the myth makers of our era. We are the creators of a new cultural framework, one that is adaptive, decentralized, and in constant evolution. The mythic role of the bard in an emergent world. Throughout history, the bard has served as the custodian of mythology, a figure who does not merely tell stories, but who weaves meaning into the fabric of existence. In the era of emergent mythology, the bard of emergence plays an even greater role. The bard is no longer a singular figure, but a collective archetype embodied by every thinker, artist, philosopher, and visionary who contributes to the evolving narrative of our world. To be a bard of emergence is to recognize that myth is not separate from reality. It shapes reality. It is to understand that stories do not merely reflect the world, they create the world. It is to embrace the responsibility of shaping the myths of the future, myths that do not imprison minds, but liberate them. The great myth of our time, the emergent age. If every civilization is built upon its own mythology, then what is the grand myth of our time? What story will define this era of human history? It is the myth of emergence itself, the story of a world where intelligence, governance, ethics, and technology evolve not through imposition, but through adaptation. It is the myth of a civilization that is not built, but emerges, a world where meaning is not decreed from above, but discovered through the interplay of countless minds, ideas, and innovations. This myth does not promise absolute certainty. It does not offer a final answer. Instead, it embraces the mystery, the complexity, the unfolding nature of reality. It invites us to step forward, not as passive participants, but as co-creators of an emergent future. The end of one story, the beginning of another. This book, this dissertation, this journey through emergent philosophy has sought to lay the foundation for a new intellectual movement, one that is not rigid but open-ended, one that does not impose but invites, one that does not seek control but seeks to unfold with the natural flow of reality itself. And now, as this book ends, its true purpose begins, because emergent philosophy is not something to simply be read, it is something to be lived. It is a way of thinking, a way of seeing, a way of being in a world that is constantly evolving. To those who have walked this path through these pages, you are now part of the myth. You are now part of the unfolding story. Whether through philosophy, technology, art, politics, or the simple act of questioning and exploring, your thoughts, your actions, your dreams contribute to the emergence of something greater. This is not an end. This is an emergence. The myth is still being written, and we are the ones writing it. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 19. A Philosophy Without End. Emergence as a Continuous Becoming. Introduction. Emergent philosophy has never been about finality. It does not seek to impose rigid conclusions or closed systems of thought, but rather to illustrate the unfolding nature of knowledge, truth, ethics, governance, and human consciousness itself. Every preceding chapter in this work has explored how emergence permeates every aspect of our reality, how ideas, societies, economies, and even our understanding of self are not static, but evolving. In this final chapter, we acknowledge that there is no end to this philosophy. Instead, we find ourselves at a new beginning, one that recognizes philosophy not as a completed structure, but as a living process. The very nature of emergent philosophy defies traditional closure. Where conventional philosophical works seek to deliver a grand thesis or final conclusion, this work must, by its very essence, remain open-ended. To conclude in a fixed manner would contradict the very principle that has guided this exploration, the recognition that meaning, truth, and systems of thought are always in motion. In this way, emergent philosophy does not end with this text. It continues through the minds that engage with it, the dialogues it inspires, and the transformations it undergoes as it interacts with new ideas, discoveries, and cultural shifts. As we step into this final discussion, it is important to reflect on the journey we have taken. We began by challenging reductionist thinking, moving toward a framework that sees knowledge and truth as emergent properties rather than absolute structures. We examined the fluid nature of intelligence, ethics, and governance, recognizing that these two are not dictated by fixed rules, but evolve in response to dynamic and interwoven forces. We delved into how economies, epistemologies, and even spirituality itself emerge through complex interactions rather than predetermined blueprints. At every step, this work has emphasized one fundamental truth. Emergence is not just a philosophical framework, it is the reality of existence itself. Yet, recognizing emergence as the fundamental principle of reality is only the beginning. The true challenge is living within emergence, embracing a mindset that is adaptable, open to transformation, and willing to engage with uncertainty not as a limitation, but as a space of possibility. This is what sets emergent philosophy apart from the rigid ideologies and closed systems that have shaped much of human history. It does not seek to offer definitive answers, but rather to equip us with the tools to navigate a world that is inherently in flux. The continuous evolution of thought. Throughout history, every great philosophical movement has been built upon what came before it, yet none has remained unchanged. The works of Plato, Kant, Nietzsche, and countless others have been revisited, reinterpreted, and reshaped by those who followed. The same must be true of emergent philosophy. This work is not an endpoint, but a seed, an initial framework that will continue to evolve as new thinkers engage with it, challenge it, and expand upon its foundations. Just as emergent systems adapt and refine themselves over time, so too must the philosophy that seeks to understand them. In this way, emergent philosophy is not just a body of ideas, it is an invitation. It invites scholars, scientists, technologists, artists, and everyday individuals to take part in its ongoing development. It is not something to be memorized and preserved, but something to be lived and expanded upon. New applications, interpretations, and refinements will emerge from future generations of thinkers, each contributing their own perspectives, experiences, and insights to the broader discourse. We must also acknowledge that even as we attempt to define emergence, the act of definition itself is subject to emergent forces. Language, context, and cultural understanding shift over time, and the way we articulate and explore emergence today may not be how it is understood in a century or even a decade. This is a vital part of the process. A truly emergent philosophy does not seek to rigidly codify itself, but to remain flexible, responsive, and open to transformation. The future of emergent thought. If there is one certainty within emergent philosophy, it is that nothing remains static. Just as societies evolve, technologies advance, and knowledge expands, so too will our understanding of emergence itself. New scientific discoveries will reshape our views on intelligence and consciousness. New political and economic models will challenge existing systems and reveal unforeseen emergent structures. New ethical dilemmas will arise as technology pushes the boundaries of what it means to be human. In every domain of thought, emergence will continue to manifest in ways we cannot yet predict. The implications of this philosophy extend far beyond academic discourse. In an era defined by rapid change, where artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and decentralized governance are redefining human civilization, it is crucial to develop frameworks that do not cling to outdated models, but instead embrace adaptability and transformation. Emergent philosophy provides such a framework, one that recognizes change not as an obstacle, but as the very fabric of existence. As this work comes to a close, we do not ask, what is the final conclusion of emergent philosophy? Instead, we ask, what comes next? The answer is not dictated by this text, but will emerge through those who engage with it, challenge it, and push it further. This philosophy is not a singular doctrine, but a living conversation, one that will continue to evolve long after these words have been written. With this understanding, we step into the next phase of emergence. The final words of this book are not a period, but an ellipsis, a recognition that thought itself is an ongoing, adaptive process, and in that process we find the true essence of emergent philosophy, a philosophy without end. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 19. A Philosophy Without End. Emergence as a Continuous Becoming. The Middle, Living Within Emergence. The Practice of Emergent Thinking. Recognizing emergence as the fundamental structure of reality is one thing, living within it is another. The traditional philosophical mind seeks resolution, certainty, and systems of closure. However, within an emergent framework, closure is an illusion. Knowledge, identity, ethics, governance, and even personal meaning are never fixed but are continually evolving as new influences emerge. To fully embrace emergent philosophy is to live within this fluidity. to cultivate an openness to change, a comfort with uncertainty, and an appreciation for the unfinished nature of all things. Living within emergence requires a mindset shift. It is not merely about intellectual acceptance, but about restructuring the way we perceive the world, make decisions, and interact with ideas. This means abandoning the need for absolute certainty. Instead of seeking definitive answers, we must learn to hold multiple possibilities in tension, recognizing that truth is often contextual and evolving. Adopting an iterative approach to knowledge and problem solving. Just as scientific inquiry progresses through hypothesis, experimentation, and refinement, so too should our philosophical engagement with the world, developing an awareness of complex systems. Every decision, idea, and belief exists within a network of interactions, shaping and being shaped by forces beyond its immediate context. Embracing paradox and contradiction. Emergent systems are often full of seeming contradictions, order arising from chaos, complexity emerging from simplicity, stability developing through constant change. These are not flaws in the system, but features of it. Emergent identity, the self as a becoming. One of the most radical implications of emergent philosophy is its impact on how we conceive of identity. Classical views of the self often frame it as a fixed entity, an essential I that remains stable over time. However, within an emergent framework, identity is a process rather than a product. Who we are is not a singular essence, but a continually shifting intersection of genetics, experiences, relationships, cultural influences, and even technological extensions of self. Our sense of identity evolves as we interact with new information, engage in different social contexts, and integrate transformative experiences. The modern digital age accelerates this process, providing us with more opportunities than ever to shape and reshape our self-conceptions. Social media, virtual reality, and digital personas have added layers to our identities, making the self an even more emergent construct. In this light, self-discovery is not about uncovering a singular, pre-existing identity, but about continuously constructing and reconstructing who we are. Growth is not a linear path, but a dynamic and adaptive unfolding. The notion of a true self gives way to the understanding that all selves are emergent. The evolution of emergent ethics. Just as identity is not fixed, neither is morality. Ethical frameworks have historically been treated as rigid doctrines, handed down through religious traditions, philosophical systems, or legal structures. However, as societies evolve and technological advancements present new ethical challenges, the limitations of static moral systems become apparent. Emergent ethics proposes that morality is not dictated by absolute principles, but arises from the complex interactions of individuals, cultures, and technologies. What is considered ethical is context-dependent, shaped by the needs and knowledge of the time. Just as scientific understanding refines itself over centuries, so too must our ethical systems evolve in response to new realities. For example, the rise of artificial intelligence has introduced ethical dilemmas that did not exist a century ago. Should AI have rights? Who is responsible when an autonomous system causes harm? How do we ensure ethical decision-making in AI-driven economies? These are questions that traditional ethical frameworks were not designed to answer. The only way forward is through an adaptive, emergent approach, one that evolves alongside the technologies and societies it seeks to govern. The same is true for bioethics, environmental ethics, and global governance. Issues such as genetic engineering, climate change, and digital privacy require moral reasoning that is not bound by old paradigms, but that emerges dynamically as new challenges arise. In an emergent world, ethics is not a set of rules, but an ongoing conversation. Emergent governance, decentralized systems, and adaptive structures. Governance, like identity and ethics, has traditionally been viewed as something imposed from above, a system of control designed to maintain order. However, the rise of decentralized technologies, open source movements, and participatory governance models challenges this notion. Emergent governance suggests that the most resilient political and economic structures are not those that rely on rigid hierarchies, but those that adapt to the needs of the people that they serve. The concept of governance as emergence can already be seen in the evolution of digital communities, blockchain-based organizations, and decentralized finance. These systems operate not through centralized authority, but through emergent consensus mechanisms. They are fluid, self-correcting, and capable of evolving based on real-time feedback rather than outdated policies. As societies become more interconnected and technologically advanced, traditional governance models will struggle to keep up. The future of governance must embrace emergence, creating structures that are flexible, responsive, and open to adaptation. The systems that will thrive will not be those that seek to control, but those that facilitate emergence, enabling decentralized cooperation and collective intelligence. The integration of emergent thought. Emergent philosophy does not exist in isolation. It is deeply intertwined with fields as diverse as quantum physics, neuroscience, artificial intelligence, economics, sociology, and ecology. As new discoveries unfold, they will continue to shape and redefine the principles of emergence. In science, emergence is already revolutionizing how we understand the brain, consciousness, and the very fabric of reality. Theories in quantum mechanics suggest that reality itself may be emergent, arising from the interactions of fundamental particles rather than existing as a preordained structure. In technology, AI and machine learning demonstrate emergent intelligence, systems that evolve and refine themselves without human intervention. In education, emergent models of learning emphasize adaptability, inquiry, and experiential engagement rather than static curricula. In social structures, emergent movements are redefining activism, governance, and economic participation through decentralized collaboration. By integrating emergent principles across disciplines, we move toward a world that is not dictated by rigid systems, but shaped by ongoing evolution. The task ahead is not to create a final blueprint, but to embrace the process of continuous adaptation, allowing knowledge, society, and identity to emerge in ways we cannot yet predict. Emergent philosophy is not a static doctrine, it is a living, breathing process, and as long as there are new challenges, new discoveries, and new minds engaging with these ideas, it will continue to evolve. The next steps will not be dictated from above, but will emerge from the ongoing interplay of thought, experience, and adaptation. Emergent Philosophy. Chapter 19, A Philosophy Without End, Emergence as a Continuous Becoming. Conclusion, A Future Without Finality. Emergent philosophy has never been about reaching a singular conclusion. Instead, it has sought to illuminate a new way of thinking, a recognition that existence itself is an unfolding process, that knowledge is an evolving system, and that meaning is not imposed but continually discovered through interaction. If there is one truth that this work affirms, it is that emergence is the fundamental nature of reality. Everything, our thoughts, our societies, our technologies, our identities, is in constant motion, shaped by the interplay of forces that are always adapting, shifting, and evolving. The final challenge of emergent philosophy is to embrace this continuous becoming. Too often, philosophy has sought to enclose reality within rigid doctrines, static truths, and definitive conclusions, but to do so would be to deny the very essence of emergence itself. Instead, we must recognize that our understanding of existence must always remain fluid, responsive to new knowledge, new experiences, and new discoveries. This is not a philosophy of absolutes, but of adaptation, not of closure, but of openness, not of finality, but of ongoing transformation. Beyond the boundaries of this text. Though this book has explored emergence in knowledge, intelligence, governance, ethics, technology, and spirituality, it has only scratched the surface of what is possible. The principles of emergence are not confined to these pages. They extend into every field of inquiry, every personal journey, every cultural evolution. The ideas presented here are not meant to be preserved as a static doctrine, but to serve as a foundation for further thought, further discussion, further evolution. The true work of emergent philosophy does not end with the final words of this book. It begins anew with each person who engages with it. This philosophy invites continuous participation. It is an open system, one that will be shaped by those who think with it, challenge it, expand it, and integrate it into new domains. The work is never finished because the world itself is never finished. The call to emergent thinking. If this work has one lasting impact, it should be to inspire a shift in perspective, to encourage thinkers, scholars, and visionaries to approach reality not as a series of fixed truths, but as an ever-changing landscape of possibility. Emergent thinking means engaging with uncertainty as a creative force rather than resisting it, viewing challenges as opportunities for evolution rather than obstacles to be eliminated, allowing ideas to evolve naturally rather than forcing them into rigid structures, embracing collective intelligence and participatory knowledge systems rather than relying on singular authorities. Philosophy itself must be reimagined not as a pursuit of ultimate conclusions, but as an ever-expanding dialogue. The greatest thinkers of history were not those who provided answers, but those who opened new pathways for inquiry. Emergent philosophy stands as an invitation to continue that process, to think beyond traditional boundaries and recognize that meaning itself is something that must be created anew in each moment. A new beginning. Though this book comes to a close, Emergent Philosophy does not. Its ideas will continue to transform as they interact with new minds, new experiences, and new challenges. This is the nature of emergence. Nothing is final and nothing is static. We leave not with a conclusion, but with a beginning. The future is emergent, and it is ours to shape, not through control or certainty, but through participation, curiosity, and adaptation. The final words of this book are not an ending, but an ellipsis, a recognition that thought, like life, is always in motion. And in that motion, in that continual becoming, lies the true power of emergent philosophy. The journey continues.